everybody, it's Willis with another edition of Creators Outlet. Tonight, our special guest is, and he keeps changing his name, Wilhelm Riggs. But before we get into everything, as always, we want to give a big shout out to our sponsor for this video, SpinWiz Comics at spinwizcomics.com. It is an absolutely free downloadable app on both iOS and Android. It is a discovery platform for web and indie comics alike, with over 400 issues, new issues added weekly, and over 86 independent publishers. And in that list is our friends over at Source Point Press. So go check it out for yourself, and this is what it would look like on your smart device. Now, back to the program. So you have not one, not two, but 3 books in one Kickstarter project.
Yep. So the Kickstarter just recently ended, which was it was successful. It was great. I set out for a couple thousand. We raised about a little over 6,500. Wow. 118 backers. So that was really really excited about it. It was more successful than I thought it would be. I'm from the InfoSec cybersecurity industry, and a lot of the promotion I really did around it was just on my Twitter page to other hackers and people in cybersecurity. So I think a lot of those people are people that usually don't purchase comics and are into getting into comics. You know what I mean? And so I'm happy that it was successful. I didn't think I could convince that many people that weren't previously into comics to get some comics, and I look forward to getting more involved with independent comic creators and more of the comic community for newer releases, to not just try to get comics to people that usually don't read comics, try to get them from people that like to read comics as well.
Well, the people that like to read comics will come and find you and buy comics from you, especially if we ever get back into the age of conventions once again.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to. I've been going to cons for years. I've been a comic nerd since I was since I was really really young. I actually got into comics by being. I had a price guide that I memorized because I didn't really have that much reading material, but there was a price guide, so I looked. I got into look at titles, everybody's first appearances and stuff, and kind of highlighted what I wanted. And I'd go to the local comic store. I'd get my father to drive me there, and I'd go through all the long boxes in these old comic shops and kind of pick out the keys, just because I wanted them. It wasn't really a money thing as much as I wanted the first appearances and everything. And I ended up getting a really big collection and eventually becoming a dealer in my teens. I started dealing comics. So I love comics so much.
So you've always been a nerd, so there was never any doubt that you were going to work in IT.
Yes, it's funny where the InfoSec, as we call it, information security, we're like the alternative IT guys. We're like the crazy ones. So I really wanted to get into comics as a creator because I really like cyberpunk and the whole alternative scene around IT and hacker, the whole hacking scene. And, everybody's seen everything from, like the movie Hackers in the mid 90s to, the Matrix in the late 90s, early 2000s. And I like that whole alternative type culture. And I really like the scenery of, cyberpunk stuff, especially things like Blade Runner, Akira, what I mean? And our industry's really been taken over by a lot of huge corporate companies at this point. The past, I'd say 3-4 years, it's insane. All the new companies, all the new investment in cybersecurity. Previously, for many years in IT, there was a lot of people that would just kind of do some security stuff while setting up like their networks, just doing their IT job, their basic IT job when they're setting up accounts. there's basically built-in security features that you make sure were clicked on and you set things up properly. And cybersecurity as an actual job and department itself within a lot of businesses, it's a newer thing. You know what I mean? It's still in its infancy, I would say. And there's so much corporate money pouring in and new companies and all this new stuff. I wanted to make sure that the culture didn't change. You know, I like seeing the mohawks and the tattoos and not as much the suits. You know, so anything to kind of be that punk rock about the whole situation. You know.
Yeah, more like, you know, regular Joe. A buddy of mine was doing stuff like that. He unfortunately passed away 7 years ago, but he every time, pardon my French, every time I fucked up my computer, I'd get on the phone to him. He was, I told you not to touch anything. Like, I couldn't help myself. Why does this do that? I don't know, but it does. So stop doing that. But he showed me like a whole bunch of stuff prior to him passing. He had worked third party for Comcast, and then they made him like a ludicrous offer to sign with them. So he was just basically figuring out ways to break all their shit so they could reverse engineer like a fix for it.
That's cool.
But you know, he's the one that, you know, robbed me of hours of my time by introducing me to something called an MMO. Mm-hmm. And we'd hang out and watch like all the geek shows, and one show in particular that he got me hooked on, which is right up your alley, and it's dry British humor that I still love and still watch, is the IT Crowd.
Oh yeah, that's a funny show. I like. It's funny. I've been watching so many British shows lately. It's just like there's like a pouring of them randomly into some of these different streaming services. Like the British Baking Show, I've rarely sat at my couch and drooled on television at the television. So it's funny, but no, IT Crowd's awesome. I love Silicon Valley as well. I worked in the startup scene, and we kind of there are different incubators and things that the company went through, which kind of develops the culture internally. And there was all Silicon Valley based for the most part. So it was funny watching like HBO's Silicon Valley, because it's so spot on, you know, with developers and just how the whole startup scene is. And yeah, there's some great TV happening, you know.
Oh, there has to be some great TV. They keep locking us in our house for months on end.
I know, seriously. It's funny. I blew through when Disney Plus came out, which was launched, I think during the beginning or during the pandemic. After I was finished streaming The Mandalorian, I was spent another like 2 days on it, watched everything I wanted to see, and then like canceled my free subscription. You know, and now I got it again because the new season just came back out. So
I know, that's what's playing on the TV behind me. So,
so it's funny how you know, a lot of these companies like Disney Plus, you can blow through this stuff pretty quickly, and they just need to keep on creating new content. And it being the pandemic, how strange that is, especially with the whole like MCU and like pushing back all these things and, you know, random cancellations. And it's interesting how a lot of this is going to pan out. I'm real excited though about, I saw with the announcement with they're with Moon Knight, you know, they're starting to film soon. So that'll be cool. I'm looking forward to that.
DC announced today, matter of fact, within like the last few hours, that they're going to release Wonder Woman 1984 to HBO Max and theaters at the same time.
Yeah, that's cool.
So I was like, party at my house. I'm not going to the theater.
So the weird thing with the whole DC is I actually signed up for that whole DC Universe like app. You know what I mean? When
so did I.
It came out with like Doom Patrol and, you know, just a bunch of the cartoons. And, you know, DC's cartoons are amazing. But
oh yeah.
So I was excited about them maybe like really expanding, and then I guess they got gobbled up or have a deal with HBO and some other company, you know, some large companies. So
yeah, well, it kind of fell flat because because Warner Brothers has so many outstanding licenses all over the place.
Yeah.
That they can't put their stuff on their own streaming service.
That's crazy.
So it took them 50 years just to release the Adam West Batman show. So it's just crazy.
It's funny. I was just reading so I've gotten really back into Heavy Metal magazine. I love the art in that. I forgot how adult themed it was, though. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, this is cool. Oh, another naked woman doing something crazy. You know what I mean? So shout out to Heavy Metal over there. But I bought some back issues because I've been buying them in bulk, off of like eBay or the internet, just because I love looking through especially older issues and getting them for a reasonable price. Because the cover price is pretty expensive. So you get a stack of them, and it's cheaper, and you get a stack of them. And you have a stack of cool Heavy Metal.
Oh yeah.
So I was reading. So I got a bunch of issues from 1997, and I was reading through, and they had an interview with Stan Lee, actually. And I was reading the Stan Lee interview last night, and they were talking about like the future of Marvel movies and everything from '97, and just hearing him talk or reading him talk about, how he had high expectations and how he wasn't happy with the previous stuff that came out, and that a lot of the stuff at that point in time was held up by licenses as well. So it just makes you think it's like, these license issues have been like kind of like the strain on everything, I guess, for decades, Oh
yeah. Well, every time they get in like a financial strain, they're like, okay, call Sony. They wanna lease out Spider-Man again.
Yeah. So
shoot them a really high price. If they go for it, we'll take it and be happy.
It's weird. I'm almost like scared if somebody has interest in something I do, like as a creator, and they I sell the option and they just never make it. You know what I mean? Whereas if I didn't sell the option, maybe waited and went with another studio, they would have actually made it. You know what I mean? Like just with like all the juggling and stuff, and the licenses.
Yeah, it's a crazy hill because obviously Disney is doing all the Marvel stuff, and cheap as hell AT&T is putting DC Comics out of business and doing all their stuff on HBO Max. But then you have every other publisher that is more than like one guy putting out 3 books. Any I would say sizable publisher, like Vault, Scout, TKO. Every single one of these companies has a media company that has signed to option out everything.
Yeah, that's it. I've been watching.
Still waiting for the Mark Millar stuff.
Scout's been crushing it. I see them all the time. So many awesome new series. It's like, damn, it's just like some places, I guess, just during the pandemic, just went on steroids with just pumping. It's great. Well, it's funny. I actually just recently got a package from a printer, and they do like a sample package, and a few were Scout comics, and I'm like, God, they put out so much stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh my God, I know.
So much stuff that even the printer, like of random cover, like styles, is putting them. So I think that's really cool. I love, I love indie press. You know what I mean? Even when I first was getting into comics in the early 90s, like heavily, when I was, when I was like 8, 9, 10 years old, you know what I mean? I was big into looking at the indie stuff, I mean, some of it was a little more adult for my age, but
I was doing the same thing. I was a teenager because I'm much older than you, but I was collecting all the Malibu Press stuff, like the Ultraverse stuff. I loved.
Interesting. Is that like Prime and Rune and all those types of groups? Yeah, I remember getting those on the shelf.
And it was funny because I canceled all my streaming apps.
Yeah.
And I've got a Roku TV, so I've got all the free stuff on there. We've got Pluto TV, I've got Tubi, and I was going through, and they've got some cartoons like from back to the 90s up, like obscure stuff.
Really, I love that. That obscure stuff is so awesome.
They've got the entire run of the Ultraverse cartoon.
I didn't even know one existed, to be honest with you.
It's out there. It's crazy, but it's out there. They tried to give it like some kind of G.I. Joe Super Friends feel.
Really?
That's out there. There was a very short run Superman cartoon.
Okay.
And it looked like superpowers, but it was like more of like a serious vibe to it.
Yeah.
But it had the narrator from the Super Friends.
Interesting.
And it was like it was like one of the better looking animated styles at that time.
Yeah.
And it didn't last long, just like a few episodes. But
yeah,
they've got that on there.
It's weird.
You can find some of the DC animation on there, like some of the newer DC animation.
Yeah, it's weird seeing like these obscure '80s cartoons that are amazing, and there's like one season, like what was it, the Centaurs, the Centurions, like just random, like one and done series things, maybe two series. I know
the Visionaries.
Yeah, exactly. And I used to have those toys, you know what I mean, too. So you get the toys. I guess that was
the Wildcats cartoon.
Oh yeah, the Wildcats cartoon. That was cool. I still love Grifter. It's amazing seeing him still today, in DC.
They can never get him right though.
Yeah. So I love those obscure cartoons, and it's interesting to think about too at that point in time. In the early 90s when, a couple like, I would even say into mid 90s where some of the big cartoons actually were, indie initially, like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, obviously, was the biggest thing, even The Tick on Fox, that was New England Comics, which was, still a comic store that exists today with locations around Boston in Massachusetts area. You know what I mean?
I know, that's where I am.
Oh yeah. I could tell you. I'm originally from New England. I'm in Texas. I'm in Austin now, but I'm originally from the New England area. I've been to New England Comics a few times.
From up around Boston, and now I'm in Austin.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny when I talk to people before I changed my number, and I still had a New England number. They're like, I'm in Austin. They're like, oh, what are you doing in Boston? I'm like, I'm in Austin. So, I love New England. I miss it a lot. But I miss New England. I still hear my family members going crazy for the Pats constantly. I'm still a Pats fan. I think that's for life, no matter where you end up. Even when you end up in Texas, where it's a football.
Not all of us.
Oh man, the Broncos. Uh-oh. Although the most I was watching the Broncos was when Tebow was their QB because of those kind of the comebacks they were having. Like it was like the last 4 minutes of the game and they're down 50 touchdowns. It's like there's no way. And I'm like, listen, they're going to come back because they keep on doing it. And they wrote that into they won the first playoff game, right? They got into the playoffs. They actually won a playoff game. So I don't know. It was cool. It was entertaining. But
what's entertaining about them now is because there's no fans allowed in the stands, and because they're in Colorado, so to make it look more like there were fans there,
South Park, right?
Yeah, Elway went out and bought cardboard standees of every single South Park character, and they're lined all over the place. So the players they're playing to South Park, so it's kind of fun.
That's awesome. Yeah, I can't wait for this. Pandemic's been really interesting. I guess for everybody, it's just some people are going out more often than others. I'm one of those others that just doesn't leave his house. And yeah, it's been about 8 months since I really actually left the house. I've been out twice, but basically in my vehicle, so I haven't gone in public in 8 months, which has been interesting, but it's also given me a lot of time, to get in on the comics and the creation process where I'm finding I have a lot more time. And it's interesting how I'm seeing a lot of other people I know doing more creative things. They're doing more creative outlets as they're trapped in their house, and it's funny. I'm always going to look at my publishing company I started as like, you know, birthed from the pandemic, you know, because it was, you know.
Oh yeah, well, the pandemic sucks for everybody.
Yeah.
But it has upsides for certain people.
Yeah.
Like anybody that's a creative, they're
Oh,
like,
yeah.
well, where do you normally work? From home.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, I know I should be writing another book. Shut up.
So it's funny because I started off, I got like some $60 tablet for my computer, just so I wanted to mess around with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, I graduated to this big 22.5-inch screen tablet where you actually can draw on the screen, you attach it. I did that for a while, learned like layering and coloring because I've been writing for many years. I just recently got into comic writing, comic script writing in that format, but I've written in the past. I've ghostwritten books on the side, and I've just always been around writing a lot. So it was an easy transition to kind of get into the comic format, just because when you're laying out panels, when you're writing a script, I mean, I'm obsessed with comics for like 30 years. You know what I mean? So it's it's really quick for me. I can see all the panels in my head. I know the story, what's going on. I can, I signed up for a class as well, a long form trade paperback writing class through the Society of Illustrators in Los Angeles. It's taught by this guy, Jim Higgins, who was a previous editor at DC. And I think the coolest title he did, I think he did a Hellblazer miniseries he edited, which is really cool. I'm like, okay, if you edited that, I take you seriously. You know what I mean? I love how
if you worked on Vertigo, I guess I can listen to you.
So basically, so just really learning how to kind of develop characters more, and really just the layout of just really transforming it into comic book script style. So I blew out scripts that I really liked, and hopefully that other people like too. I guess I'll know when they're fulfilled. After the fulfillment, I'll know if they were good or not.
Oh, yeah.
But so I got into online into different comic book creator groups on Facebook, and I was seeing a lot of artists and everything. So I kind of looked through different portfolios, and I selected who I wanted on the series, and we worked together. I worked with 4 or 5 different artists, and that's a combination of not just the 3 titles, but also I had different artists, for instance, for like posters and things like that as well, and other covers. I did a couple covers myself. I'm just really getting back into art a lot when it comes to actually creating it myself. So I actually did some of the coloring on one of the comics as well. So, which is another reason why I got all these things. I'm like, you know what? I think I could color one of these, So I got into, I colored one of the books, and so I'm real excited. The Kickstarter ended, which thank God it was successful, but the money that was taken in is basically going to creating more stuff. And there's a lot of stuff being worked on right now. So the series is called Paraneon, and that's kind of like the universe of it's basically this futuristic cyberpunk sci-fi, different elements of that universe. And the 3 titles, one's called Portals, one's called Neon Skyline, and one's called the Hive Network. And they're basically they're basically one-shot issues showing different characters within this universe that all come together at the end. And then I have an ongoing series for Paraneon, which is the universe they're all in, with those characters as an ongoing series moving forward. So I already have those future issues being worked on, and I decided to start a publishing company to put out this series. And I called it Afterlife Comics. And it's Afterlife because I've been a ethical hacker. I've been in cybersecurity and I've been in tech in general for many years, many years. And I definitely want to get to a point where I can move into just really focusing on comic creation and my publishing company. So I kind of see it as an early retirement, even though so many hours a day and throughout the night go into the whole creation process and managing different artists and scripts. I actually brought on script writers now as well as editors for future titles, and there's a lot of future titles being developed right now. I got about 8 artists I'm talking to on a daily basis, and we're going to be pounding out a lot of different titles, not just part of the Paraneon like sci-fi series, cyberpunk series, but also other unrelated things, some horror, some Lovecraftian type stuff, and just a whole lot of cool stuff. And I'm looking to end this current life as I know it as a hacker and just go into comics. So I call it afterlife because, it's like my old self is dying. You know what I mean?
Not that you would, ever hack Kickstarter to make sure everything went well. Let's take,
that's a good idea.
Don't say it on tape.
Yeah, right.
Well, that's okay. You can just hack this afterwards. I won't worry.
Yeah. So yeah, I also like. I'm going to get more into actual hacking in some of the future issues as well, like real world stuff that I've done before and that other people, my peers do as well. So it's just totally accurate stuff, as well. Not just. I know sometimes in any industry, somebody can watch a property that is covering that, what they do every day, and they're butchering it so bad it's just face palms all around. So I look forward to just the accuracy and a lot of cool stuff, especially when it comes to things that I have a background in.
Oh yeah. Well, let's take a look at your just wrapped up Kickstarter.
Yep.
And there it is. Hive, Neon Skyline, and Portals.
Yep.
118 backers, $6,564 raised.
Nice. Which is good. Yeah. So they're already basically done. Right now, I had some tiers where people were getting themselves drawn into the comic as a fundraiser.
Oh yeah.
So those, I'm just collecting people's photographs basically at this point. I have them rolling in. The Kickstarter just ended a couple of days ago, so I'm still waiting on some people to give me their pictures. But outside of that, they're basically it says fulfilled January 2021. I'm hopefully get them before Christmas to everybody. Just kind of give myself a buffer over there for it. Just
nice.
You never know. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't think the apocalypse was going to happen this time last year.
Well, everybody's like, I can't wait for 2021. I'm like, dude, that's when Mad Max happens.
Yeah, seriously. It's like it's only going to get worse with everything. I'm seeing now we might go to a war with Iran. Not to get political because I hate politics, but it's like, okay, so I don't know what the hell's going on anymore. But whenever you think it can't get any worse in 2020, it surprises you with something even more out of left field.
Oh, I know. I've been there.
So yeah, and it's funny. There's a lot of people I see, and I try to be active in the creator communities on Facebook. And there's a lot of people like me who are new to the creation process, looking for advice. And I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on this stuff. I'm new to it, but I've spent a lot of time on it. So my advice and what I did is, a lot of people looking to do trade paperbacks. I'm like, hey, if it's going to be enough for like a 4 to 6 issue comic series, like I love comics, why not break it up? You know what I mean? Break it up and get some variant covers in there, get different artists. And, it's like the more material, the more, I aim to make my money back. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not looking to make any money when it comes to like profit. And I reinvest every penny that comes into it. I self-financed all those initial things. There's a total of 9 comics. If you look at the 3 comics with the 3 variants of each one total, or 2 variants in regular cover, so 3 of each. So there's 9, and then I put them all into a trade paperback called Initiating Paraneon. And so basically 3 comics turned into 10 different things,
Yeah.
And
all, there's all kinds of different pledge plateaus that everybody grabbed onto. And
yeah, and the whole draw somebody's likeness into the comic, that did really good for me. I initially put 8 up there, and they all blew out like immediately. And I feel like if I eventually added more tiers for that draw yourself in and get pinups, but I think I did it pretty late because I'm like, you know what, maybe I should put that up. If I put it up earlier, maybe I would have taken in, more. You know what I mean? But it's like those niche things that are really cool, I think really helped out. I know it helped out my Kickstarter, raised probably a couple extra $1,000. You know what I mean? Just from those.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's one of the most popular things right now. I found that 2 of the most popular things are getting drawn into the comic, whether you're getting like beat up or killed, or if you gave the creator an extra couple of $100, you might actually live through this experience.
That's funny. It's a higher tier if you live.
That and digital bundles, because I see other creators that like tag team with each other, and they'll all put like 1 or 2 PDFs of their stuff in.
Yeah.
And then they'll unlock them. I was looking at another one today that all their tiers are unlocking another creator's PDF vault.
Interesting. Yep.
So by the time they were all open, so there's like something like 30 PDFs to read.
Yeah.
And it's just crazy. But I mean, doing a trade or a graphic novel format is the smart way to go. Graphic novel trades are 65% of the industry, and they have been that for like over 10 years now.
Yeah. And I'm such a comic nerd. I'm like, I'll always put out if I'm putting out a trade, I'll put out some comics, even if it's extremely limited. I just, I'm one of those people that can't sleep at night if I don't have a specific comic that I know is in my house, So
it's crazy because I got a box in from a friend of mine out in California. He's a retired Air Force guy. And Sarge sent me a box, and in the box, I had won this Angel from I'm not like a huge Pops guy. I look at them and you can't help it because they're cool and they're cute at the same time. So
I hear you.
It's like I want to get them, but I remember Beanie Babies, so I'm just waiting for this whole market to drop out so I can afford to actually buy the ones I want.
I agree with you 150%. It's weird though, because I've been so wrong when it comes to toys, and like cards, you know what I mean? But so right when it comes to comics, just because I think I'm just so passionate about comics. Like I was just like, when I think something's going to hit, like it usually hits, and that's how I was a dealer for so many years. And I did really well as a dealer. And I still, I'm more of a collector now, just because the problem when you're a dealer is, I was selling extremely rare comics. I was the dealer to the dealers. You know what I mean? So I'd get the rarest stuff you could get, and I'd get rid of some of it, and then I couldn't sleep. I'm like, why did I get rid of that stuff? And then I'd look to try to get it back. It'd be twice as much money. You know what I mean? Then I just got rid of it for. So even, and it wasn't because I was letting stuff go for low prices. It was just comics have just been an incredible investment for the past couple of decades. You know what I mean? So one thing I guess that I think of when I was thinking of the whole what's that? Not Mighty Mites. The Funko stuff is I thought when Pokemon first came on the market, I thought it was a gimmick. I'm like, this is gonna last like a year or two. You know what I mean? Like over 20 years later, it's like, holy crap. You know what I mean? So that's one I totally was wrong about. And that the Beanie Babies as well. When I first saw that, the first thing I thought of was Beanie Babies, but they've been holding on. The whole Funko stuff. I can't believe how much they've expanded.
Well, the original owner sold the company, and this other guy bought it because the original owner didn't want to do what this guy is doing and make like 1 billion of them a month, all different ones, and they were trying out different gimmicks. The one gimmick they they tested at New York Comic Con the other year that didn't go over well was the one that I wanted them to do.
Yeah, funny how that works, right?
You know,
that's why we never get all the stuff we want, because right?
They were going to do like the cereal. They were going to do like the classic cereal bowls, like the Monster cereals and Fruity Pebbles, and you would get like a collector spoon, the bowl, and like a T-shirt, like in this big like oversized box, and you'd have to get like a mini pop of the character. And I'm like, that's awesome. Instead, they went with, we're going to take a soda can and we're going to jam a skinny tall pop into it and then seal it and sell it to you. Like,
yeah, that's interesting.
Really? I'm like,
I like what you mentioned first. You know what? It's funny though. So one of the best cereals, I don't know if many people remember this. It was Spider-Man cereal. I don't know if you ever tried it. Best stuff ever. I need to, one day they'll re-release it, but it was basically like, it was like a Chex with like Lucky Charm marshmallows, but the Chex weren't like, they were actually tasty. They were like filled with sugar. Spider-Man cereal was the best cereal ever. Unfortunately it was a promotion. I think it was for the first Spider-Man movie, actually. Like,
I think my favorite cereals from when I was a kid were honeycomb, because you can never slice open the top of your mouth quite enough with that Captain Crunch. But I think my favorites were, of course, the Monster cereals. I could never have Count Chocula because I was allergic to chocolate.
What? Oh my!
Oh yeah, I was allergic to the Planet Pets, chocolate, seafood, cola. All the good stuff.
Not soy ink. So you can read all.
Sadly, my daughter has a violent soy allergy.
Really? Oh wow.
So, like it's not tough enough to get kids to eat anything but chicken nuggets. She won't eat like actual chicken.
Mm-hmm.
She's got a texture thing.
You know what? That's funny, because I spent so long eating like the artificial stuff that when you have the real stuff afterwards, you can't eat it. You know what I mean? You're like, it doesn't taste good. I need the fake stuff.
It's like it does taste good. The problem is you got poisoned by that 99-cent menu.
Yeah.
Look, I was there too. I was a nightclub DJ for 35 years.
Oh wow. Oh, that's crazy.
Okay, a strip club DJ for 35 years.
Oh, wow.
Even better.
Did they ever split the tips with you or no? No. No. I got this comic from Moonlight over here in Destiny. This is my Destiny pile of comics from those tips.
Oh yeah, well that's pretty much. I mean, at one point, I was working like 7 days a week.
Oh wow.
I was also doing like side jobs. Like I would. There was one club where I was working Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night, Saturday afternoon, and then Saturday night I would go like about 50 miles away and DJ a rock and roll for like $250.
So with me, right? You're in the dark obviously that whole time, because those clubs are known to be like pitch black, right?
Yeah, because you wouldn't go near most of the women if the lights came on.
Yeah, right. The right lighting is pitch black, right? So basically, oh no, it's interesting because I feel like I have to be like in the light and like kind of like get a. I like to read like comics a lot, even like sometimes when I'm working, like I'll have a stack of comics and just pull it, and just be like, okay, I'm gonna, I'm waiting on something to load. I'm just gonna, read a comic real quick, So I feel like the only thing I would be sad about would be it's too dark to read comics. I mean, like during work.
I wouldn't have time. I had doing that job. You gotta run obviously all the music. You gotta run all the stages. You also have to make sure the they put everything in your booth, so you have to do everything.
Yeah.
You have to manage the TVs. You were also in an advanced position. You're basically in a sniper's nest. So you have to keep an eye. You basically have to keep an eye on the entire floor of the club that you're DJing at.
Oh wow, yeah.
You know, so like you can start to see if something's about to go down.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to like that because I could jump out of the DJ booth and snatch.
Oh yeah, right.
I mean,
you turned into the Hulk in a split second. Jump over, get in a fight.
I'm always angry. That's my secret.
Yeah. You're like, all right, okay, there's going to be a fight happening. Put on some cool record. You know what I mean? A nice beat for you to go after people with.
And I got the last club I worked at for over 13 years, and he fired me probably like about 5 times.
Man.
One time, because every once in a while you would have the girls fighting each other.
Oh yeah.
In the locker room area. And one time, and there's this girl, she moved down to Florida. She was Latino, so she was loud.
Mm-hmm.
And you could hear furniture breaking and bones cracking in the back. So I thought it was a good idea to quick and, get out of the song I was in and put on LL Cool J, Mama Said Knock You Out.
That's funny.
Oh, you think you're funny? Good. See how funny you are in unemployment. Oh, that's right. You're self-employed. You're screwed. Get out.
Yeah, right. Oh,
2 days later. You want to come back to work? Okay.
Man. It's funny because
that's what we buy all kinds of crazy, comic stuff and collectible stuff.
Oh yeah, that's interesting.
And I got my daughter into it too. So.
Oh, cool. That's great. My wife's been a writer for many years now. She's written for different news outlets, different blogs. She's been a professional writer for a few years, and now she's getting into comic writing, which is like the best thing ever. Because she's also a creative. She's an artist as well. So it's becoming a family affair for us. It's great having, family members like getting into it too. Plus it makes me feel less weird, like I'm neglecting, family members when you're able to share things with them, And
I'm sitting over here going, where are all these women attached to these guys I'm interviewing for the podcast that like comic books? I even mentioned comic books around my friends at a gathering, and all the girls start giggling like, somebody just pantsed me on a cold day,
It's funny because whenever I go into a shop or even a game store with my wife, it's like you could hear a pin drop, you know what I mean? It is very male dominated, I think. But I am seeing a lot more. So here's actually an interesting thing with this, because I was talking to somebody who's been in the industry for decades about this, and they were working at a major publisher, and basically the publishers at 20 years ago or whatever, they weren't really doing that many like titles geared towards girls, obviously, and they're like, oh no, it's for guys. It's like, listen, the number one top selling stuff now is all manga, however you pronounce it, anime, books geared towards girls. You know what I mean? And like they continue to just explode and outsell or sell just crazy numbers. So I definitely think there's a bigger market than is thought about. You know what I mean? I am doing in some of our series we're doing, like we have some female leads, but it's not for that reason. It's just it just fit the story better. You know what I mean? Like I literally create stuff that I want to read. You know what I mean? So I won't create something just to kind of fill out a check box, you know what I mean, for a specific, this is perfect for a female reader, you know what I mean? Which is probably like a business thing that would make more sense, you know what I mean, in some type of way, but we just naturally seem to have some female leads, you know what I mean? And I definitely think that the series is good for men, women, boys, girls. Trying to do some all ages type stuff as well, because that's another thing I hear a lot about, how there's not enough stuff for, everything's geared towards like guys in their 30s, you would think, you know what I mean, or 40s, 50s, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's even like the younger, it's all basically geared towards guys, most of it.
Yeah.
But a lot of it, it's either, you might see some kids like 17 to 22 reading it, but like the younger side of that is like, some of the stuff you're really not sure if they should be reading it, because especially like the very violent, like super adult geared like horror stuff. It's like, I don't know if we should be letting Johnny read this stuff. I mean,
Johnny's turning into a homicidal maniac.
Next week he might decide to build like a satanic altar and murder the whole family. We're not sure.
That's funny. So it's funny because when I was little, or still very young, still like not even a teen yet, some of the independent comics I really liked. One was Milk and Cheese by Evan Dorkin. Right?
Oh yeah, that's
extremely violent. And he just actually put out a series, the new Bill and Ted series. I think it's on Dark Horse. It came out.
Yeah, it is.
And so yeah, that ultra violence basically. And then Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, I was actually buying on the shelf. You know what I mean? Like before it kind of had this whole new life to it, I guess, in when it got reprinted like 50 times. You know what I mean? But just those really violent small press black and white inside comics. When I was a little kid, I loved those things. You know what I mean? So it's funny.
Matt's original run on Grendel when it was Hunter Rose.
Oh man, Comico, right?
Yep. Amazing stuff, and I'm like, man, I wish you could bring that stuff back.
Man, yeah, Grendel was cool. I had this entire second series, which I think was started in like '87. I want to say, where it was after the initial one, but no, Grendel was. So I love that stuff. Even when you're looking at something like in that period, one of the big movies that came out was The Crow with Brendan Lee, and was at Jail Bar, which awesome. I've actually met and hung out with him. I met at a con. You know what I mean?
Oh, nice.
I got a picture with him. I'm like, yes, and I actually have this cool piece of artwork from him, and just the Caliber stuff. Like just even looking through kind of like the mixture of different indie properties. You know what I mean? And like anthologies and stuff being put out. Or like. I mean, God, I love Dark Horse Presents. You know what I mean? Like I have.
Oh yeah.
I literally have Dark Horse Presents issues 1 through I think 215 or something. I have like every single Dark Horse Presents issue.
Holy crap!
Yeah, and I love it. And they launched things like I don't know if you remember the cartoon Duckman. I think Jason Alexander actually voiced him. It was an adult cartoon. I loved it. His first appearance was in Dark Horse Presents, The Mask, obviously, which was spelled differently. Obviously, they were littered with aliens and Predator. Obviously everybody knows Sin City. Dark Horse, was it Comics 2, San Diego Comic Con #2. I'm probably messing it up. But no, they even Too Much Coffee Man, Shannon Wheeler.
Oh man, I love that. We got the biggest crack out of that because I worked for my LCS at one point.
Yeah.
So my best friend owns it now. Bought it off the original owner years ago. Wow. But because this is like, pre-Diamond. We used to drive from Rhode Island Mass line, up to Rockland.
Okay, I love that. I've been to Rockland.
Where the old distributor was prior to Diamond, and we could pick up our order like the night before, like after midnight or something.
That's awesome.
So we would go up there and we'd split them up and get everything done, and then we go out to breakfast at like 3:00 in the morning.
Oh my God, that must have been the best night at morning ever.
we're flipping through the previews thing at the restaurant. He's like, "Dude, they made a comic about you." I'm like. And he flips it over and he shows me the thing for Too Much Coffee Man. I go, oh my God, I got to get that.
I love Too Much Coffee, man.
He goes, I'm knocking it down. I'm ordering like 20 copies for the shop.
So it's funny because actually I was heavily reading all those random indie things, but yeah, during that same mid 90s, I guess, type deal, early mid 90s, you know, I'm looking at everything from Johnny the Homicidal Maniac to Milk and Cheese to Too Much Coffee, man. So a lot of these other black and white, you know, inside indie comics, you know, and I when I actually picked the artist for my initial series, they actually have it's very much like a homage or whatever to kind of the indie comics art style. I mean, they're color throughout, you know, but the new series is being developed are more, I'd say, modern. You know what I mean? Opposed to the Hive Network looks very like early '90s, late '80s indie. Neon Skyline is very it's modern, but it's very like it's not the kind of like mainstream stuff you'd see in like a large publisher's book. But I really liked the art and everything that's going on with it, and I wanted them to be different takes on the characters in the world, but also these different artistic styles. Portals is very Mike Mignola-esque. It's very, as you can see the cover, it's very like Dark Horse looking. I mean, you know, it looks like Dark Horse could put it out. You know, when you look at the art, you know, if it had the Dark Horse icon on it, you know, you wouldn't think twice. You know what I mean? And a lot of that is because of my love for this stuff. You know, and not just the modern indie looks that you see in these different, you know, artworks from all these different titles today, but also, you know, the stuff that you'd see in Caliber, Comic Co. You know, just like all these, you know, previous people. You know. I love like Kitchen Sink. And then you can't mention indies without like Crumb. You know what I mean? When I actually had a comic of Zap that was sold out of I guess R. Crumb, he sold it out of a baby carriage in San Francisco. And it was that rare. Like literally that issue was sold out of a baby carriage in San Francisco by him. You know what I mean? Just another thing that I sold that I'll never be able to get back. You know what I mean?
Okay, so 90s indie stuff. One guilty pleasure.
Guilty pleasure. Oh my God, everything. Ugh. So here's the thing, which is something I've kind of gripped with for many years back and forth, like mentally, you know, is I was there in the comic store buying up all the Image launch stuff. You know what I mean? When all the new titles came out and everything, you know, after, you know, Lee, Liefeld, McFarlane, Larson, everybody basically got together and you know, created Image and launched the first like real books. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And it was so mainstream and they were all so overprinted. You know what I mean? That I feel like it was great, but at the same time a guilty pleasure, if that makes any sense. Because it was an indie comic, but it wasn't almost at the same time, just because it was all the top guys from the top places. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's still technically indie, but you know, when they're selling millions of copies of each thing, and like your neighbor knows, you know, your neighbor's heard of Spawn. You know what I mean? Like, you know, just these things.
But how many copies of Docker Image #1 do you still have?
I have like 4 of those still in the bag with blood work, right?
I'm just saying because
yeah,
last week we get oh well, actually 2 weeks ago we had an embargo on it, but we get the PR in for the Max movie.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So, you know, if you go around and find, well, you don't go out in public. So send your wife in public and
no, then I'll catch it. She'll be a sacrificial lamb for the comics. So right now,
send her out in a hazmat suit.
Yeah. So this has bothered me actually. So I've been getting shipments of comics, obviously every week. Sometimes I get 8 to 12 boxes a week of comics because I'm a major collector outside of just my weekly stuff. You know, I'm still buying, you know, a lot of Silver Age and things like that, and entire runs. Because my whole thought process is I don't want to buy all the trade paperbacks because for the same price I could buy the actual comics, the entire run. You know what I mean? Because even if there's a couple keys in a lot of, let's say, 100 comics, the prices even out when you're, you know, spreading out, you know, maybe $300 comic in a lot of 100 different comics that are mainly going for below cover price, you know? So I buy a lot of comic entire series and lots instead of trade paperbacks because I'm obsessed with comics. It's like the same price a lot of the time, to be honest. So no, I get a lot of big shipments in. But the annoying thing is, since lockdown, I've been ordering from T4.com, like for all my weekly stuff and all my pre-orders. And what's really annoying is they don't pack their stuff well at all. And I've already had multiple refunds from shipments from them, from comics getting just destroyed and annihilated from terrible wrapping jobs. Like I have people on eBay that don't even sell comics that are able to get them to my house safely. You know what I mean? And wrapped 10 times better than this major company. You know what I mean? That just deals comics and stuff. So my problem lately is, so Batman 102 just came out, and it's the first Ghost, new character. Really
Ghost
cool.
Hunter.
Exactly. Right? A T4 ships me it, one of my 102s. They're all destroyed. Like, they're all bent up, destroyed, and I'm pissed. I'm like, what the hell, right? Because I had to pre-order them, because nowadays you have to pre-order the crap or they sell out already, you know? So I messaged them, and I'm like, listen, I sent them the things. They're like, oh, you know, they've been really nice with their customer service. They're like, we'll refund you. We'll add it to your next orders, because I have like thousands of dollars of the pre-orders probably for the next 6 months. But they're like, we sold out of it, so you can't get it. So it's just stuff like that that just bothers me so much. Whereas if there wasn't a pandemic, I obviously love supporting the local comic store, but you know, you're not dealing with crap where I pre-ordered comics ahead of time. They've been selling out a lot lately, and I get them so damaged from the big company I'm getting them from that I can't even get what I want. You know what I mean? It's I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted.
So, one, you look like a healthy guy. I'm pretty sure nothing's going to happen to you. Two, I have a horror story to share with you.
Oh God!
It didn't happen to me. It happened to a co-host. I do another podcast with my friend Thomas.
Yeah.
And it's got the best name of any podcast ever. It's called OK Boomer, the podcast.
Oh man.
And all we do is go through and dissect old issues. We'll do like one issue a week. He's been on special assignment for his job for like a couple of weeks, so we're like a little bit behind. But we just did the original TMNT #1 on the last show. But he doesn't live.
First print?
Yep.
Wait, does he want to sell it to me? What's going on?
No, he doesn't want to sell it to. No, it was a digital copy.
Okay, digital copy. Okay.
And it was a reprint, and the first reprint of it that had like all these like liner notes from Kevin and Peter in there about various things. So it was really cool. But he doesn't have a comic shop anywhere around him. He lives in Southern Georgia. Okay. So he is succumbed to, once again, like you, the pre-order bullshit. And he goes through DCBS. Okay. And he never had a problem up until this last order.
Okay. Was it the same book, Batman 102? Or just the last order before that?
The last order before that. He doesn't get it shipped out weekly. He takes it like once a month.
Okay, I understand.
But what they usually do is they'll take like a stack of books like this. Yeah. And they'll cocoon the thing. Yeah. Like twice over with bubble wrap, and then depending on how many books you have, they'll tape all these things together, nice and secure in the box. Yeah. This time. And they usually come in a plain brown box. This time, they come in a diamond box.
What?
And they're not wrapped and padded.
Oh, my God. So the corners are all destroyed.
He gets the box, and he picked it up to bring it to the desk, and he could hear the books rattling around inside.
So this also... and that's the problem nowadays, because when you call them you're like, listen, you damaged my shit, or pardon whatever I can say on this. I'm sorry. you damaged my stuff, and I need the comics. You know what I mean? I ordered these, and they're like, well, they're sold out now. And you go on eBay, and it's still the same 48 hours since the comic was released, and each one's going for $20. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. This happened as well with the Avengers when the Age of Khonshu just started, like 3 months ago or something. The regular cover with Moon Knight on it. Well, I love Moon Knight. And basically, overnight, it was a $20 comic on eBay, you know? And I'm like, I got them, and they were all bent up. You know what I mean? And I'm like,
this is what happens from my perspective.
Yeah.
They've got everybody, like me, you, and Uncle Joe Schmo, all pre-ordering everything.
Yeah.
Hasbro doesn't even make a friggin' toy unless they put it on their little Hasbro Pulse live feed, show and tease everybody, and everybody's like, woo!
Yeah.
And they look like a bunch of kids when Power Rangers came into Toys R Us like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Get all excited, give them all their money, and then hope in 6 months that they actually make this toy and send it to their house.
Man, things have got to be better. You know what I mean? Like, it's so bad.
And it's
bad.
It's getting ridiculous. Now, the only reason he goes through DCBS is because when he pre-orders, he's paying 50% for the.
I need to start. I need to start doing that, because I actually contacted them, because I said, listen, they're like, well, you have to be a dealer. So if you have a website showing you're selling comics, then you qualify basically, right? As a distributor. Because I order as much as I would say a small comic store. You know what I mean? Like, I order multiple issues every week. You know what I mean? So, but it's not. So the pre-order hell that I'm having with T4, which is Things from Another World, bothers the hell out of me, especially since, they'll damage your comics and then they sold out. So by the time you get your box and you see they're destroyed and you try to say, send me out new ones, they're like, sorry, we have none left. And it's like, well, what the hell am I going to do now? Like, pay 5 to 8 times more money for each one, on the open market, because they're hot now and everything's selling out all the time. So that bothers me. A recent thing I had bad also with the shipment of comics, I ordered a run of Moon Knight. It was actual multiple. It was basically Mark Spector Moon Knight. And then, so that was, I think, like 149 issues, something. No, it was like 160 issues or something.
Who was the writer on that one?
Sorry?
Who was the writer on that series?
There's a handful. They switched artists too a lot. Like, I think Platt was at the end.
That run, yeah.
So basically that, and then I got some miniseries as well from the same person. So it was a few $100s worth of comics. They show up, and one side of the box got dented. So depending on where the comic was, somewhere like, forwards and backwards on each other, that one side corner was destroyed on every single comic. And I couldn't even do anything about it. I didn't get my money back, nothing. I just got a whole run of, a couple hundred comics that are, I'd say probably like 30,
copies.
Yeah, I'd say 30-40% destroyed, which is horrible, especially since, when are you going to see another run like that of all those consecutive issues on eBay? You know what I mean? Like, it's not something that happens that often. Sometimes I have to stalk eBay for runs for like months or sometimes even years at a time, instead of having to buy like just little blocks of individual issues, which end up costing a hell of a lot more. You know what I mean? Between shipping and all this other stuff. So I'd like to see cons being more dealers that maybe you get. I want to get. All right. So here's my whole vision for comic cons.
Old school cons when it was about
old school, because honestly, I was going to comic cons in like the early 90s where, it was just a bunch of scary looking guys that looked kind of like if Stan Lee chain smoked 10 times more indoors. You know what I mean? Like, those were the comic dealers. It wasn't like really.
Oh, you met me there. Okay.
So basically, I like those old school comic conventions where it's just strictly comic books. I love cons as well. I mean, don't get me wrong. They're great, but they're more and more less comic centric every year. You know what I mean?
I do not want to go to a pop culture show where you're having the stars of the TV show or the movie that was made from said comic property there, and you think I should pay you anywhere from $200 to $1,200 to stand next to this person for 30 seconds, get my picture taken and an autograph.
Yeah. It's called Photoshop. It'll save you a lot of money.
You can go bleepy, bleepity, bleep, bleep, bleep. And, you know, I thought it was, you know, reasonable enough years and years ago when it was, you know, 25 or 35 bucks for like an autograph.
Yeah.
And, you know, because, you know, just because most of these actors are rich doesn't mean they don't deserve something. But, you know, if you look at it the proper way, since the only reason they were able to have that career on said nerd show was because of us, they should be paying us. Would you please take my autograph? I don't know. I'll give you an extra 10. Okay.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be built into like the studio's marketing budget, you know, like so we don't have to pay for it. It's like because you're sharing a picture on social media and you're promoting them, but also probably what they're promoting. You know what I mean? It should be you know, discounted and taken out of a marketing budget for taxes. You know what I mean? Like there's got to be some kind of corporate thing behind it.
Yeah, I think the prices were getting more and more ludicrous, and I think maybe COVID was a way of, hey, all you money grubbing philanthropists that have decided that you want to run your own comic convention because you just found out how much money San Diego makes. And of course, like any other business, you think you can do it better.
You know what? Yeah. And you know what is, yeah, no, I hear you. And I'm one of the people that when I go to a con, I run straight to the comic room, you know, like I'm there, like going through every comic, like a lot of these bins, I find great stuff. And it's not just stuff that I collect as like a collector for, you know, monetary value. I'm huge into comics, and I will buy, you know, stacks of dollar bin comics to read and use as reference now for drawing, you know. And you know, I think comic cons should have comics be the first thing, you know what I mean? But that's me being just selecting what I like best, you know. But yeah. I do appreciate the pop culture gatherings, you know what I mean? But I do think that you know, let's not lose touch with comics. Let's not lose touch with why we're actually here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't want to downplay any of it. Like, you know, actors. Can you draw a picture? No, I didn't think so. Get away from me.
So here's one interesting thing, which I'm finding more about being on the creative end now, is a lot of artists are digital now. And I know years ago, even like, you know, it's a big market for original artwork. You know, it's another income way of income as well for the pencilers, you know what I mean, and the artists. And a lot of people just are strictly digital now, so they don't even have this extra income. And you could get good money for a original comic page. You know what I mean? Especially if it's
a lot of people are doing digital
inking, right?
Yeah, everything because it's easier. I'm like,
yeah, it's quick and easy. But so one of my
guests from the other week, I'm not sure if you saw his post in the Madness. He's doing retelling of 47 Ronin called 47 Furious Tales.
Okay.
Will Quentin, and it's all like the Turtles, anamorphic animals. And
the Turtles, the last Ronin, right? Ooh. Oh.
Couldn't get a single copy.
Yeah, right.
And I blamed all these asshats all over all the Facebook comic book groups that are, you know, splaying out, probably like you, splaying out pictures of thousands of covers of this book. You're like, I only have 72 more to go to have a whole set.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, but did you read even one copy?
Yeah, seriously.
Oh no, so, they're all going to CGC. I'm like, you're a moron.
Dude, that it's weird how it's become. I never thought I would be seeing books CGC'd the week they come out. You know what I mean? Like, but I understand the just the how things go back and forth to just make extra money for the artists and stuff. Like I'm actually signing up for the because I'm doing art now. I'm doing covers and other stuff for the blank covers. You know what I mean? Where you can actually sign up as an artist, send it in, and get it CGC'd and all legitimate with you as the artist and stuff. So there's a lot of outlets I know that are supporting creatives more, which is amazing because. But at the same time, the pricing on comics, that things jump up the same day they're still available, maybe even at a comic store, like maybe in some other town over, and they're already up for like $15-20 for a copy because they're sold out everywhere. That's not going to last. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like when you'll probably remember this when Valiant first came out, and you had Rye, Harbinger, Magnus.
I remember.
They were $300 a copy for these books.
If I reach over this way, I have an entire shop box of 90s Valiant stuff.
Exactly. And you know what?
That I got for free. I paid for the shipping, and it was like 150 various books.
Exactly. And you know what? And this is one thing I learned over years and years and years of dealing comics, right? You always have these things that go up and down in comics. You know what I mean? It's every few years. And you'll see things that are really hot and take off. And most of them don't have staying power at those prices, unless you're looking at things like Silver Age, things with limited runs. This was the same thing where like there was a new Evil Ernie miniseries and limited cover every 2 weeks throughout every week of the decade of the 90s. You know what I mean? Like, and they were all souped up to be, investment type stuff. Now, not to point out Evil Ernie specifically in any negative light, which I loved Evil Ernie, but let's be honest, like you're not going to spend $100 on a glow in the dark Evil Ernie cover when they're in 10-cent boxes everywhere. You know what I mean? And I feel like the prices eventually level out. Now, I love the Valiant stuff. I love Harbinger, all that stuff when it initially came out. But, it went up to $300 a pop for a copy of issue 1 for the limited print runs. And it was all people thinking they were going to be like, so expensive. And then 5 years later, it's $10, Eventually, I would pick up almost entire runs of the Valiant series in 5 for $1 boxes. You know what I mean? So pre-Unity killed it. Everybody knows pre-Unity. No, after, Unity, the major crossover that started at issue number 7. Basically, they started the crossovers. It destroyed everything.
Well, I thought it was Deathmate that destroyed everything.
Deathmate. First appearance of Gen 13, Deathmate Black. Gen 13 was another thing. Look at that gimmick. 13 covers. I mean, and you know what?
And now that's tame.
It is. And you know what? I actually had. Oh yeah, there you go. Hell yeah.
I got this shipped to me from eBay. It cost me $10 with shipping.
Yeah. You know what? In the 90s, in the early 90s, that would have cost you like $250. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. But I mean, I still got it because of what I do. On top of the podcast and everything, I do reviews.
Yeah.
And I'm the content delivery manager for Outright Geekery. So
hell
before
that's the best name ever. That's the best name ever.
Outright Geekery.
Outright Geekery.
The Greg Katzman from Valiant Entertainment, who, congratulations, Greg, him and his wife just had a brand new baby.
Oh, awesome. Congrats.
Nice and healthy. But before the Bloodshot movie was coming out, like a month before, and they were doing the promo, I was one of like 100 people that got picked to get like this really rad Bloodshot package.
Oh, wow.
So what they did is they sent out like a fake dossier.
Really?
From the lab.
That's cool.
Bloodshot. And it was like you got it from the government because everything was redacted.
That's funny.
And so you got that. You got a lanyard with your name on it that was supposed to be like a pass to, the evil, Project Rising Spirit thing, and they gave us the new version of the trade paperback that the movie was made from.
Oh wow, that's cool.
And I'm like, I go, well, the trade was awesome. The movie was terrible.
You know what? I just saw that movie like 2 weeks ago for the first time. So it was interesting. I'm such a nerd though. Like I like things even
bad ones.
When other people don't, even bad ones. I just love everything for it. Just goes into a different category for what it is. You know what I mean? If it's a bad movie that I like because it's bad, you know what I mean? It's just in that category. You know what I mean? It's just a category they probably aren't looking to be in, but they might end up. But I still love it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like everybody. Oh my God, Batman versus Superman is so bad. I go, are you kidding? I just watched it. It was great.
Yeah, seriously. It's like, yeah, it was bad, but God, I loved it. You know what I mean?
We're not friends anymore. Yeah.
There's still, still people like Fantastic Four movies. People still are the people that on the unreleased Fantastic Four movie are still, doing cons. You know what I mean?
You know what? I got the Corman one.
Yeah.
And I remember we put on the not so legal version of that at the comic shop one night, and we're sitting around drinking, watching it. And he goes, and we knew it was going to be bad because it was a Roger Corman movie. and then it gets to the part where he finally flames on, and we're all looking at each other, and go, dude.
Yes.
Like, he goes, yeah, I know it's cool. He goes, no, that's freaking Fleischer Superman animation. And it was. He lifted the Fleischer Superman and just put flames over Superman's body and kind of like erased out the cape. And,
so bad, but so good. You know
yeah. I mean? And then we put on the card. He goes, no, it can't be. And we put on the VHS tape of the Fleischers, and we're going through, and we got on fast forward.
Yeah.
And then we see it. And then they're like, damn. And that was the reason it never got released. But,
yeah.
Still got it.
So I actually,
the documentary they did on it, too. It was pretty cool.
I actually saw it. They have a documentary on that movie, and everybody trying to keep on getting it out, everything they went through, how they were actually the actors. So they basically made that movie, right? It was like a license thing. They needed to make a movie or they're going to lose it. Mm-hmm. So they basically, Stan Lee even supposedly visited the set, like, checking it out, like, oh, yeah, and just left. But the actors, it was really like they were looking for that to be their big break. You know what I mean? Because their agents and everything are like, this is Fantastic Four. This is a huge property. You know what I mean? So you have these struggling actors and you feel bad for them, because this is their life. This is what's going to make them and have them be known for it. And they got to a point where they were printing out flyers of a movie, kind of like a punk rock band with no budget would do, and would be going around with flyers for the Fantastic Four movie. And then I think they shut down the premiere they were going to have or something. I may be wrong. I think that happened, but you can't help but feel bad for these people that kind of get caught in this whole licensing thing again. This kind of goes back to the whole licensing thing where it's like, just give us what we want. We're the fans, we're support. I have my money here for you guys. Like you don't have to be dicks to get the money. Like you'll get it. Just give us what we want. You know what I mean? And stop putting roadblocks everywhere.
Yeah, that's been like a major thing. But yeah, I'm with you on the on like the old school comic book shows.
Oh yeah.
Those need. There's a bunch around here. Sadly, the biggest one around here is in New Hampshire, so I will never be going to that one. I'm in a wheelchair, and I have a 30-mile transportation. I have a 30-mile transportation limit, so so I can go. They'll go like a little further, but not New Hampshire.
Yeah.
I can go to Boston. Last year, I covered Rhode Island Comic Con for Outright Geekery.
Yeah,
because
that's one thing I miss with that whole area, the Northeast. I'm in Texas now, and in the Northeast, I would travel to same day to New Hampshire, anywhere in Mass, New Jersey. You know what I mean? Like Pennsylvania, New York. You know what I mean? Connecticut. Like, I'd go all over, and it was like a 3-hour ride max. You know what I mean? Usually, you know what I mean? And now in Texas, it's like you could drive
ride to the end of your driveway.
Yeah, you could drive 8 hours, and you're still in Texas, and it's interesting. But so that's one thing I really miss out there, where I would actually, before the internet was the internet we know as today, you know what I mean? Like I would see on Earthlink, they'd have like a page you'd refresh and they'd list the comic conventions, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And they're always at hotels, but like they were like in like a little small conference room, you know what I mean? It wasn't like these big things, and like I would go, and that's where I'd get comics and meet dealers and all that stuff.
Either a conference room at a hotel, or it would be at a VFW.
Yep. And that's it. And I would just load it up and go to those, and it was completely different those days. Although I have found one like that in San Antonio, actually. So that's another thing. When the pandemic's over, they do have some of those, but I haven't seen them like that prior to leaving the Northeast New England. You know what I mean? Because I feel like everything just got so big now. Like the annual things that were happening before tripled every year for the past 15 years, 20 years. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And now it's just, it's an event that shuts down, the entire town that it's happening in. You know what I mean? So.
Well, I know there is a big store out in Texas because, everything's bigger in Texas.
So this is, everything is, there's a lot of big stores out here, and there's one in San Antonio. I went in with my wife, and I'm in the Austin area, so it's like an hour and a half from San Antonio. So we're down there, and I went to a comic convention. I was shocked at how great it was because it was old school. It was like, it was like the dealers that were like the older guys that like they resembled the guys I would see like 20, 30 years ago. You know what I mean? At these places, and it wasn't a big event. Nobody was dressing up. It was just pure comics, and I was so excited, and I bought a ton of stuff. And I met guys, and a lot of them they're specializing in certain things. Some people specialize in indie press, like rarities. Others, I met a guy who specializes in different languages, basically first appearances. So, like I got a couple comics from the 70s that are like the Spanish versions, and Italian versions of like first appearances of like major characters and stuff. They even have, I think, like a Dutch version, it's in Dutch or something. So, they have these different people who do these specialty things. So afterwards, I'm like, you know what? I'm in such a good mood. I want to see if there's a comic shop nearby. So, GPS it, go to a comic store. It's the biggest store I've ever seen in my life. It was like a flea market, but the flea market was the entire, like the store was the flea market. You know what I mean? It was just that big. It was like, it could have been multiple vendors and everything in this huge area. And I look at the sign and it's like, Garth Ennis is coming here soon to do a signing. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So I'm telling you, there's some home runs out here. Everything is bigger in Texas.
So what store was that you discovered?
You know what? I'd have to Google it. I have a terrible memory for me. Unless it's Garth Ennis, then obviously I remember the name. But no, it's a really good store. And so I can't remember the name of it. I have my wife remember everything for me. You know what I mean? The names of things. Yeah.
Honey.
Yeah, I'm like, listen, you got to remember this, okay? And she's like, okay, because she remembers for me.
Okay, well, I know that there's one store out in your little state of Texas.
Yep.
And they are part of the CBSN Comic Book Shopping Network.
Okay, interesting.
And
there's a really big store in the Waco area with what do they call it? Starts with a B.
No, that's not this one. But this store is huge on indie comics. Yeah,
you got to let me know after.
And it is called Space Cadets.
Space Cadets? Let's see
what Jen King is the owner of that store. She's been in business for many years. It's a games. They also have like a game section. It's just huge.
I'm gonna have to go there. once the apocalypse is over.
You're still not going to leave the house. Stop it.
That's the thing. It's like, oh man, I ordered so much. It's 2.5 hours for me, but I'll definitely go. I actually know somebody who lives right near that store, so yeah, I'm definitely going to go there. That's one of the first places I'm going to go once I get out of the house. So I hear the vaccine's coming soon too. Like I think in the next 6 weeks they'll start rolling out to a lot of people. So.
Are you sure?
I hope so. So
there, I sent you a link in the private chat. That's a link to the actual comic book shopping network.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
So I will do a shameless plug for them. The comic book shopping network was brought into existence from Jen King from Space Cadets and Jesse James from Jesse James Comics out in Arizona. And they got all these stores and all the stores they have in there are vetted. They're good, solid sellers. What they do,
I just saw they have a live auction going on with Phantom Star Killer.
They have a live auction all day long, all night long, every day. There's like a dozen stores in there, and they just go one to the other, to the other, to the other.
Oh my God!
Here's another thing, because this will get you, because you're a dealer / collector. Oh. CBSN just did a deal about a couple of months ago now with the aforementioned publisher Scout Comics.
Okay, yep.
So CBSN gets their own exclusives for every #1.
Oh, cool.
And every trade that comes out.
Scout's crushing. I think they just signed a media deal too.
Yes, they did about a month ago.
Yeah, they're doing awesome, man. Shout out to those guys. I don't think I know any of those. Maybe yes. I don't think I know any of those guys. But I do. I do. Yeah, Mr. Popular.
I just hacked into the phone book and got all the numbers.
It's great seeing indie publishers having awesome success. You know what I mean? And that Phantom Star Killer book is awesome. I bought a couple copies. I got in.
That is just insane. Okay, so do you know the story behind that?
No, I do not.
Okay, so the story behind it is Phantom Star Killer was just some goofy 60s or 70s action figure idea.
Yeah.
That never went anywhere.
Yeah.
And then Scout went through and they found all these obscure action figures and stuff, and they handed them out to creative teams that get us a story and a pitch in 2 days.
Damn. That's why they're successful. Holy crap.
I don't know if it was 2 days or not.
You guys are demanding that, Scout.
Probably, but it's we got to get on this stuff. And they did this, and they launched the PR for Phantom Star Killer almost 6 months ago now.
Yeah.
And it exploded.
Yeah.
Now, Scout does something that a lot of people that might not be in the know don't know. They brought back the popularity of the ash can.
Okay. I love that.
The reason the Scout ash cans are so popular is because here we go with Phantom Star Killer. Everybody's going nuts buying all these Phantom Star Killer #1s.
But how about the ash cans? Uh-oh.
The ash can is the first appearance of him, and it's a little preview of issue 1, but they always put an 8-page story.
Okay.
Exclusive to the ash can with that character, with those characters in the ash can. Oh,
that's horrible. Now I'm gonna have to buy this.
So now you have to get the ash. I have in my box at JJ's because he's gonna build a box thing.
Yeah.
So if you buy books off of it
for a lot of money too. Oh man.
What's the ash can up to?
It ranges between $35 and $100.
The $100 one is probably the CBSN one because they only made like a few thousand of the ash cans.
Oh my god. Yeah, I hate when they do this. This is
So now you know every time an ash can comes out from Scout, you have to buy them because it's going to be the first appearance of that character.
Okay, no, this is great information. I'm getting so much good information from this podcast episode.
See, ain't it great?
It's awesome. Best podcast.
I only had to film 62 issues to get here.
So God, you know what I loved? I loved the ash cans when they would include them in Wizard. Remember that? I actually had the Ghost in the Shell ash can. I remember that. And then
I loved Ghost in the Shell.
And then Ash. You remember that series Ash? It was an indie thing. Had that ash can. Obviously, all the Image autographed ash cans. It's like they use their own printer at home to make them. You know?
The Wizard half issues.
Oh, yep.
The Wizard half issues, and then they had the Ace issues, where like that the heavy duty plastic with the paint on it, and you know.
God, I remember
those
those.
were pretty rad. And
Gen 13 half, I had that. And that's another thing, which is, so here's the thing, from a collector's point of view, right? I like buying stuff and not finding out later that I need to buy more when I feel like I already bought what I got. You know what I mean? Or I already got what I was looking for, you know? Like this ash can thing, it's cool for you people in the know, right? But I'm in the know now, and I bought like a couple copies of Phantom Starkiller. I was all excited. I'm like, yeah, I got Phantom Starkiller, at the ground level. I'm getting it every month now, I'm pre-ordering this.
Second appearance.
And now it's not, I need to buy I have to spend probably, let's say, a middle ground, like $50 more for this. And it's just like, ugh, I hate it. You know what I mean? I like when they put things out the same month. You know what I mean? Because it's still a shared first appearance. Just one's more limited than another. You know what I mean? Because I hate picking down first appearance.
Scout does this thing. They have a subscription box.
Really?
Scout has a subscription box, and it is the best packed thing you would ever receive in your life.
They need to sponsor this. Scout needs to sponsor this podcast.
Yeah, I tried, but on Age of Radio, they've already got two guys doing just a Scout podcast. Yeah.
$34 a month, 12 new Scout comics every month. That's a great deal. If it's free shipping, I'm saying
it comes out. No, it's not free shipping. It comes out to about $42 with shipping.
Okay.
But you get exclusives that you don't get anyplace else. They toss you in ash cans.
That's cool.
What to take a look at is our friend Brian Wayne over at the Cheers to Comics podcast.
Okay.
He gets these every month, and he does the unboxing. So you could look at the unboxing, so you can see how tight everything is.
You know what? I love this. I love that idea with the subscription thing. It reminds me of. So I'm also a big music guy, or I was at one point in my life, and there was
me too.
So Sub Pop Records, right? They put out they launched Nirvana and all the grunge stuff in the late 80s, early 90s. So they had the Sub Pop Singles Club, which was a 7-inch vinyl record you get, and they press 1,000 of them or whatever. And that's how the first Nirvana one came out in I think 1987. And they do that, and a lot of these are really valuable, especially I think they put out the first White Stripes one, which is another mainstream band, but it's really I love the subscription thing. I'm gonna do a subscription thing myself. You know what I mean? So yeah, I love it.
What's cool about it? Brian just opened one the other day, and he had an insane cover. He's still trying to figure out which cover it is, but he got this insane cover to Starkiller #1.
Yeah.
And it was like a virgin variant. So I think see what they merch the hell out of every single thing they do.
Yeah.
When it goes up on their website, underneath it, it's got stuff that you can buy the web store exclusives, this exclusive, that exclusive,
cool,
whatever.
Yeah.
And it goes down, and then they go into actual merch.
That's cool.
Face masks, coffee cups.
I love it, man.
Aprons, crotchless panties, whatever you want.
Yeah. I only recently really heard and got into Scout recently. You know what I mean? And they're killing it, man. I love it.
One of their first series, I can't remember the name of the title right off the top of my head, but the full run of that series is going for like upwards of like $200.
Oh, really? Wow.
Because they announced that it's being developed right now. They've got like three or four after they sign that deal, they've got 3 or 4 properties that are currently this company has first crack to option anything that they have.
Wow.
And so it's pretty exciting. Matter of fact, I had Jonathan Hendrick on the other day, and I did a PR thing earlier today because Jonathan and Brian Silverbacks flew down to Central Florida to the Collective and did a live signing there from like noon to 8 today.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
And he's got his new book is The Recount from Scout.
Yep.
Man, Scout should really be paying me. I'm going to have to call those guys.
You got to call them. You know what? At least give my man Will over here a subscription box. You know what I mean? At the very least.
I mean, you should at least this month. It's my birthday Saturday. What the hell?
Seriously.
Get on this, would you?
I know, seriously. So, no, that's cool. What else? Oh, so I guess more shameless self-promotion for my publishing.
Oh, that's what we're here for.
Right.
There we go.
So, okay, yeah. So those are different covers of the Hive Network. So what I did is I put out a regular cover and 2 variant covers. One of the variant covers is basically an entire variant book where it's all just black and white inside. And that's because I love, that's another shout out, like homage to the, small press, indie press, which I am, you know what I mean? But it's just
Well, I like that cover too. That's pretty rad. The Death Doctor mask there.
Yeah.
The old Plague mask. Yeah.
Yep. So that's Plague. Yep. I actually did that purple cover with a baby inside. I drew that one up. Then we had 2 different artists do the other ones. So yeah.
See, the one thing that just crossed my mind, the sick and demented thing that it is you should take one of the purple covers and then have another artist remark it with Baby Yoda.
Yes. You know what? I think that's going to have to get done.
See, I always come up with good ideas. You should really do this. Well, do you want to do it? I'm not talented at all. That's why I'm
going to show you everything. I'm going to run everything by you because I should have definitely done that. You never know. You know what I mean? I'm looking forward to hitting the con circuit. You know what I mean? I really, like I self-finance this and then put the Kickstarter up, but not to recoup costs as much as just everything's going towards new stuff, So
yeah,
I'm self-financing this company. You know what I mean? And I have, like I said, there's 8 artists right now I'm working with, and I've hired script writers that actually I got the scripts from for new properties. You know what I mean? And other things to expand in Afterlife Comics, which the website's not up yet. So I feel kind of weird, bringing it up, but it will be afterlifecomics.com. And we're pounding out a lot of different stuff, and I'm really looking forward to, getting out multiple titles, and we'll have Kickstarters for each title, most likely. I do want to get further distribution, but the way I'm doing it now is some titles are more segmented than the others, and I look at it as more like what's more indie, what's more like mainstream appeal, Can I curse on this podcast or no?
Yeah, I'll just switch it from clean to movie.
I won't curse then, but I have one title that's being done basically of a sex robot that becomes aware of herself and then basically starts killing everyone and becomes an assassin. You know what I mean? So the title is actually inappropriate.
Well, you had me until the killing stuff.
Yeah. So she gets revenge. You know what I mean? Yeah. So basically, so that's a title, and like something like that. There's no way I try to get it like distribution, like through something like Diamond or something. You know what I mean? But it's something that I'll have at the cons. You know what I mean? And I am looking to hit cons hard. I mean, I'm looking to do at least 8 to 10 cons a year across the United States. So, you know,
you're going to leave the house.
Well, I mean, this is all after pandemic time. You know what I mean? So, luckily, I work remote mainly. So, so yeah, even after the pandemic's over, I'll still be able to, you know, I could work anywhere in the country for the most part. You know what I mean? So, as long as there's internet, I could work there. So, so it'll be.
That's the one thing that is taught that everybody learned this year is like. We don't need any of these buildings.
Exactly.
And we don't need offices, and you don't need me to go in. I can just work from home, and you know
what I would love?
Be more productive.
So a lot of the housing costs out here they're skyrocketed because there's just not enough supply and demand. You know, at these large growing places like Austin, where there's all 500 Fortune 500 companies are represented here, whereas 15 years ago, only 5 of them were here, you know? And they're all these big buildings, all this other stuff for these companies. I would love it if they turn these into like apartments everywhere, you know what I mean, for people, you know, like to purchase and be able to actually
well, the problem with Austin is it's getting filled up with people that are leaving California.
Oh, same thing here. And that's, so yeah, so where I am, we call it the Silicon Hills. And it's because Silicon, you know, we're basically the second Silicon Valley, and most people are leaving California to come here. And yeah, it's getting filled up. Prices are going up, but it's not just for the different tastes and things. I would say like when you're talking food, you're not talking like you know, standard barbecue or other stuff, which Texas is well known for. You're talking about like very crafty type places, kind of geared towards these crowds with higher income as well. So, you know, just a lot of things are getting more expensive, like outside of the supply and demand of the housing.
And now I will show my age. Oh, the preppies.
So, so I actually was in Mass before the pandemic started because I was looking at going out there because I love it. One thing that a lot of people don't know is New England has the #1 hardcore music scene in the world. It's renowned for it overseas as well. I played in one of these bands actually, like a fast band, and it's the kind of music I love. And it's one thing that I didn't know it was so. I knew that we had world-renowned bands all over New England, and the labels, and you know, just the whole production of this kind of music is famous in that area, especially the tri-state area. Outside of New England, like New York as well. But it's I wanted to go back there because I was missing it a lot, you know. And so I went out there, and I haven't been to Mass in a few years, right? And my stopping grounds I would go to, I went to a lot of these places you actually mentioned, like Rockland, places like that, outside of Boston, you know, the suburbs. It's so overcrowded. It's like,
oh yeah.
I thought it's like a different place, to be honest with you, than when I was last there, just with the amount of people and congestion. And I hit up a couple comic stores while I was there as well. And I swear it took me to go 2 miles, like 30 minutes, you know what I mean, at one place. And it wasn't even like in Boston. It was like a suburb outside of it. And it was just like, it just made no sense to me. So it's, I hear you about the whole people moving from California. They're leaving California and go everywhere, but I can't believe it's
you got to stay 90 minutes outside of Boston to be able to go more than like 2 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's crazy. And that's honestly, that's why I'm still in Texas and not in the Boston area. You know what I mean? So yeah, so I feel your pain. I feel your pain. I feel
I have a cousin down in Texas who's got a construction company down there. I'm not sure what town he's in, but he's been living there for years now.
Construction never ends in Texas. I've never seen anything like it coming from the New England area, specifically the Connecticut area, where they don't build anything there. You know, like we basically have a non-existent economy in Connecticut. So coming out here and seeing new businesses going up every day, like literally like entire buildings going up like within like a couple weeks, you know, it blew my mind, you know. But just the amount of people coming here is insane. But luckily, you know, it's an artistic community out here. That's one thing I love with this area. There's a lot of art based around, you know, very good culture as well, which if you don't have that, you know, I would definitely move. You know, the whole music thing was like, you know, I'm thinking of moving, but if I couldn't get my comics and culture, I mean, I couldn't be here, you know.
There's still no shortage of comic stores for the most part out here.
Yeah.
Now, these covers, I like all three of these covers.
Oh, thanks. So yeah,
like the first cover is like super retro.
Yep.
Super like 80s, 90s retro with
Yep.
like gray sky in the back and everything.
Yep.
And your blue cover is very Matrix.
So the artist who did the top one, he's the artist who actually did the book. The blue one is an artist had to do a couple posters and covers. And a lot of his influence was this artist called Joe Zan Gonzalez, who is very well known for his artwork in cyberpunk, specifically in cyberpunk. He's like, it's his stuff is so amazing. If you've seen comics like Killtopia, it very much is like that style. You know what I mean? So he doesn't actually put out comics, Joe Zan Gonzalez. He just he does his own books he puts out and limited edition posters and prints and stuff like that. And he's busy. I mean, he's amazing. He's well known for it, and I know he's busy because I was basically begging him for a commission. He's just not taking them.
Yeah, that cover is rad with like the hot neon pink on the lettering.
Yeah,
you know, just pops like right off the image. And the creepy girl getting into, you know, going into the door.
Yeah.
You know, the
black and white version.
The whole lights and shadows, yeah.
So it was a lot of fun. It was a big learning experience, and this was kind of the first phase of the company, where I actually did that red cover or the one on the top. So it was basically a big learning experience when it came to getting into you know, comic book publishing in general, like throughout the whole creation process. You know, before I even really attempted to move forward, it's like, okay, well, it's not just having an artist and no, you need, you know, to do it the right way, you want to have it storyboarded, and then you want to have it sketched out with pencils, and then you have them inked afterwards, and then even before coloring, you have flatters, and then you get into coloring, and then after that, you get into lettering. You know what I mean? And you know, I was thinking that, oh, indie comics are probably doing this all themselves. You know what I mean? Like when I hire people, it's probably like a package, but it's not as easy as one would hope. So just the amount of managing different people has been insane. You know what I mean? You know,
the first thing you learn about indie comics is you can go with anybody you want to do any job, except the letterer. You got to hire a pro.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah.
Because
you can ruin a comic with bad lettering.
Your book, you know, might not have, you know, the best art, or the story might be just a little wonky.
Yep.
But if the lettering is foobarred, and people actually have to strain to attempt to read this book that they have really not much investment in,
you lost them.
It's gonna go bad.
Yep.
Because they're gonna they're going to grab their iPhone and they're going to go batshit crazy on your project.
Yep.
Can you believe this asshat lettering? And it's going to go viral. And
you know what I found is interesting too, from just, I guess, a business.
But if it's good, he's only going to tell 10 people. But
yeah,
hopefully those 5 of those 10 people will be like, yeah, where can I get this?
So yeah, definitely. I mean, I have a letterer for consistency across them. I have a professional letterer, obviously. I mean, everybody I have working on this is a professional, except me. You know what I mean? Everything I do, I'm paying myself, so I guess I could pretend to be a professional.
Well, you're footing the bill, so I guess we can.
Yeah, right.
We can let that slide.
I'm a professional money spender and on myself as well. No. So one thing I do find, which is, it's been really hard, coloring. Finding a good colorist has been really interesting to me. I colored one of the books myself, which I think I did a good job, and I'm putting so much money into it. I have high standards, I mean, and I'm a comic nerd. So if it didn't look like a professional comic book and I wasn't able to color it like a professional, I wouldn't have done it. You know what I mean? So that is one thing. I do find that coloring is a lot more expensive than I thought, just from a business standpoint. Sometimes it's more money than the actual pencils and inks, Mm-hmm. And there's this company that came out with their Kickstarter just ended. They were called RenderWave, I believe it was. And they put out they raised, I think, like $250,000 or more on this book on coloring, and it's like a guide for professional coloring and stuff. And I'm really excited about getting it in January. I backed it hard, you know what I mean? And I do see a lot of coloring that is really bad and a lot that's really good. And it seems like even the bad coloring is expensive a lot of the time. Like, if that makes any sense. I mean, I don't know if there's like a shortage of colorists or what's going on with that, but I've seen some really bad coloring, and even the bad colorists want good money. You know what I mean? So
yeah, what I think it is most of the good colorists have a waiting list a mile long.
Yeah.
Like one guy that I remember off the top of my head, because just about every other review I did for like 3 years, Dave Stewart was the colorist.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, when you're good, everybody wants you, right? So I that's one thing I noticed that caught me completely off guard, is how expensive coloring is, or colorists, and how there's so many that are not good, and even the bad ones want a lot of money. So knowing how to color is awesome. You know what I mean? I've been working. Obviously I've been working in tech and InfoSec, and I'm an ethical hacker for a living, and I've been doing cybersecurity for years at this point. But I have a background in graphic design, digital design. I've been using some of these tools that these guys have been using to color comics and stuff for many years. So it was an easy transition for me. But it takes a long time to color something. You know what I mean? So even being self-reliant on yourself, if you're doing one title, that's great. You know what I mean? But right now, I mean, these are 3 titles, and then I have got 8 artists right now. Some are doing some more anthology stuff, but I have about 6 titles I'm moving forward with. You know what I mean? And it's just impossible. You know what I mean? I'm hiring people to color, and it's very expensive. So I don't know. That's just one thing I found out, like, as I'm continue to learn about this business, is find a good colorist and lock them down, keep them busy. You know what I mean? Like that guy you mentioned. If somebody else stole him out, if he was coming to an end and he was going to go to a new client of his, they could have easily locked him down. If they were putting out a lot of stuff, they could have given him like a year at a time worth of work. You never hear from him again. You know what I mean?
Well, he is a freelance.
Yeah.
So like most good artists are freelance. They're usually not contracted, specifically under stuff like that. Because that way they're free to pick and choose the projects they want to work on. And this is how much I get. You want me working on your book?
Yep.
Yes or no?
That's one thing with the artists I've been working with a lot. artists, they're basically working for themselves, and like you said, like they can pick and choose and other things as well. But if you have a good relationship with them and you're putting out solid stuff, they're going to want to do your stuff. You're not like I have a few artists now I've built really good relationships with just over the past few months. And I try to keep them busy, because if I don't have them continuously work on stuff for me, then they're just going to go to the next client, and the next client might give them insane amounts of work to where they can't do anything for me, for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So it becomes a problem when it comes to just making sure that you have good relationships and you're also keeping them busy. Because I had one artist who I had, usually when I'm hiring an artist, I pay him to do a test page so I can see if they jive with like an initial page of script.
Oh yeah.
If it seems like it's working well, if I'm really happy with the outcome, and we discuss it and I'll send them. I usually create all the characters myself, so I'll send them like how the character looks, for character design purposes. And if they do really good with that initial page, usually what I've been doing is I've been starting them off with an 8-page story for an anthology. You know what I mean? And I do that to kind of introduce them in before giving them a title, which is 20 to 22 pages per issue I'm doing. So that's kind of how I lead in the artists. And what that does is it also locks them down if they're happy with everything. For you're talking like, almost 30 pages at that point, just for one issue. And you're getting, stuff for an anthology where you'll have multiple people. And the test page is usually the book I want them to do in the 8-page anthology. And if it comes out bad, I paid for a page. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But if it comes out good, then they start on the second page. You know what I mean? So keeping them busy has been really big. Yep. So that Portal's sequential art over there, that's yep. I really like that style. It's very Dark Horsey, very Mike Mignola. The Hive Network you can see is very like late 80s, early 90s. It's some more indie type stuff, just that look. And then Neon Skyline, as you can see, it's very more like artsy but modern. It was important to make sure that even when the art was a little different than the mainstream, that you could tell it's obviously a professional. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to, put out anything that I wouldn't buy myself. You know what I mean? And that hit a certain level of professionalism, which I know for an indie press, you're an indie press, but I am treating this like it is the beginnings of something that will grow into something. And that's because I expect it to, because, I'm putting my all into it, and I do expect to eventually transition from tech to the comic industry. So, that's my 5-year plan. So hopefully things will go good with all these titles. And I have a marketing team I put together as well. I have consultants that I'm working with, industry consultants for comic industry, to try to help us not make the wrong decisions that we don't know about. I've had other businesses that have been successful. And one thing I've learned is that whatever business you go into, there's always unknowns and things that seem like they would be the right decision, which just aren't. And it takes experience in that specific industry to really know that. So it's important to surround yourself with people that really know what they're doing. I've been in the comic industry on a dealer side for decades at this point, but as a creative, no. You know what I mean? So it's surrounding yourself with the right people and having a good level of professionalism. And like I said, there is a sex robot book, Assassin, which will be fun. But the thing with that is it's still being professionally drawn. You know what I mean? And written, and it's going to be awesome. It's just that subject matter I would not want, like in a previews book, they'll be like, what is going on with this company? You know what I mean?
Not appropriate for younger viewers.
It's like you can only buy from our website or at a con, and I do want to, since I'm going to be going to so many cons, and hopefully have a table stacked with tons of different titles and posters and just really cool stuff around Afterlife Comics. I do want to have like exclusive stuff as well. You know what I mean? Like the creative community online has been really cool. People are really supportive, and I can't wait to meet so many of these people in person, face to face after the pandemic, and even have reasons for people that catch whiff of promotions to want to go to our table at these cons. And I think giving people a reason to go to your table, like they do at cons all the time anyway. Like the bigger ones where like they have exclusives, like especially with toys and all that kind of stuff. I mean, yeah. So I do want to make a lot of crazy stuff, some very violent things that aren't for children, but at the same time, the more mainstream titles be for all ages, and I know we were discussing or mentioning earlier that a lot of comic books are just not all ages, and I've seen people talking about it, like people that have been industry pros for decades, with long careers, just talking about how, a lot of it changed over years ago, and it's been basically gearing towards older and older adults. And, there's a lot of books. If you want to give it to a child, you'd have to really like look through it first, what are you going to show the Batman dick pic? You know what I mean?
you gotta read it first. And
yeah,
I think they blew the Batawang way out of proportion.
Batawang.
I got 2 copies of that book, and it's like,
so
what happened to you this year? I go, well, Lieber Mayhew turned me gay, and no.
That's funny.
But
so, yeah.
there's, and you're learning new stuff all the time. Like, like the fact that you actually have to buy, the ash cans from Scout Comics and not just the issue number 1s.
And that's a great. They have a great model, man, at Scout. As a new publisher,
but Scout doesn't really have all. They do once in a while, but for the most part, they don't have like all ages books. But they've got a new book coming out. Of course, the ash can for that sold out in record time.
Which is more, what? I hate that.
And I hate that. I hate that too, because I know it's flippers that found out about the ash cans that just they go and they wait. The clock's ticking away on the web store, and they've already got the thing set up for 100 copies or 50 copies or whatever, and they're just waiting so they can click that button.
See, that's
and then rush overnight shipment, and then start listing them all, all up there for like,
that ruins things. And I think in the long run, everybody I've seen who's done that, like we were talking about earlier, where a lot of those things just dropped way off. You know what I mean? And they didn't maintain, and it's really a disservice to fans because
why
you want the first appearance? Let's say they only make 100 or 200 of the first appearance. And most people aren't even real fans. They're just trying to make a quick buck. You know what I mean? So they won't even be read, you know what I mean, by most of the people. That's why I think the way to go about doing that is just do limited covers and just do a really limited cover, because you're still getting the first appearance, You're just not being like Elon Musk money about it. You know what I mean?
Well, here's something. A couple of years ago in one of the Facebook groups, one of the guys that took over one of the Facebook groups that had fallen apart, and he made it all his with all his dictatorship and stuff, has worked in the comic book industry for years, and now he's rebelling back to his punk rock roots and doesn't want anything to do with comic books because deadlines stress him out, even when he hasn't made one in like 3 years, and he just wants to play music with the kids, and that's it. But
pass the torch on to somebody else to run it that is into comics, if that's how it originated. You know what I mean?
Many, many moons ago, Martin Dunn and Javier Lugo released this. They made this book, and they made it as an ash can, and the printer screwed it up and forgot a couple of pages from the file. Well, they were at this convention.
Yeah.
A representative from Blizzard, the video game company,
Yep.
approached them, and they came to all I can think of is an enormous deal. And this misprinted ash can,
Yeah.
they only made 9 copies of.
Oh my God.
Was bought from Blizzard and developed into the video game Overwatch.
Oh wow.
I have a copy of that ash can.
Oh my God. How much was it?
He gave it to me for nothing.
What's it worth?
I wish I could find out, because I would probably sell it in a heartbeat.
I'll give you how much you want for it? I'll give you $500 for it right now.
No.
What do you want? 1,000? What are you looking for?
It's double signed and has an original sketch on the back cover.
Oh my God. So there's actually probably 1 of 8 virgin copies left. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I bet that would go for probably $3,000 to $5,000 at least. You know what I mean? Maybe more. Maybe more. There's such limited, that's the kind of thing where you can't put a price on it. It's priceless. You know what I mean? Like it could be $100,000 for all you know. You know, like you just,
Well, if you want to drive up from Texas with a briefcase,
those things, you know, God, I actually, so, you know, I mentioned already, I was a dealer for a while. I would find obscure things sometimes, and I'd have huge paydays. Mm-hmm. Now, one obscure thing I found, and I actually imported most of them to the United States, is Dime Press number 4. It's the first drawing of Hellboy on a cover, predates all of his first appearances. It was an Italian fanzine. Now, my mother's side's from Italy. So I had called my grandmother, and I had her call an Italian warehouse, and I bought every copy. It was just sitting in some dusty warehouse. Nobody knew what it was. I got them for $5 each, you know, shipped in bulk. And I was selling them for $600 to $800 each all day long. I sold out of all of them.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's those obscure things that you never know. You know what I mean?
I actually have an Italian comic.
Uh-oh.
Okay. I have 2 copies of this Italian comic. It's a very modern one. It is Green Lantern number 1, and because I don't read or speak Italian,
yeah,
it could be the Grant Morrison run. I don't know, but of course, you know that all the comics in Italy are printed and distributed from Pani.
Okay.
And this is a Green Lantern number 1, and it is the sickest looking solo Green Lantern cover I have ever seen in my life.
Did they do a special Italian cover?
Yeah, it's
there's so many good Italian artists I've been seeing, you know, especially as I'm getting more involved with the community and the artist community, especially like a lot of the pencilers and everything from across the world. The amount of Italians who are like on my radar is crazy. It's like they got like the Michelangelo gene. You know what I mean? It's like it all, you know, they got some of that Da Vinci, Michelangelo stuff.
Well,
you know?
I've got I don't have a lot of slabs.
Yeah.
I've got I've got an All-Star Squadron number 1 signed by Jerry Ordway.
Oh
wow. It's like mid-grade. But up on the wall over here on one of my slab stands, is Vampirella versus the Reanimator number 1, the Perillo Virgin variant.
Oh, nice.
I
actually just not too long ago bought the Reanimator miniseries. It was like the original miniseries, some indie thing. So yeah, that's cool. I love good movies too.
Oh yeah.
Big shout out to Reanimator and the Bride of the Reanimator.
Yeah.
So, you know,
The Vampirella one was good too because they did it like in like a black, white, and red.
oh, that's cool.
So it was cool. So it was like a black and white horror movie all the way through the book.
That's sick.
I've got a art germ sketch variant where it's just like kind of like the gray tonal lines for Action 1000 that's double signed.
Okay.
I have the year before pandemic. One of the San Diego exclusives was Detective 880, the Mexican variant with like the chrome cover. Cool. I've got that one triple signed.
Oh wow. Yeah, when it comes to CGC, I only get things slabbed when it's signed or if it's past a certain dollar amount, right? Mm-hmm. And that's because like if I'm paying like a few $100s for something, I want it guaranteed. My brother actually fell victim to recently buying a Hulk 181, you know, the first appearance of Wolverine. He spent like I think like $2,800 on it, and he didn't get it slabbed, and he lives in a different state, and I don't speak to him that often. Not on a regular, you know, like we don't have problems with each other. I just don't speak to him that often, you know, like we have our own kind of separate lives going on. And I was talking to him, and I'm like, dude, like you need to buy that slab because I bet if you send it in right now, for them not to have it slabbed probably means that it's restored or something happened to it. You know what I mean? Because when it's a book that expensive, I see it all day long. Somebody will send it in, get it slabbed. They'll find out it was restored or something. Then they'll take it out of the slab and just try to sell it like they didn't know that ever happened. You know what I mean? So, yep, it was restored. And yeah, so that's basically it. When you're spending a lot of money, you have to get it done. Also, the whole autograph thing. I'm only really opening up more to autograph books. I know back years ago they used to give the certificate of authenticity, whatever.
Yeah, they still do that, but I'm like, what does that matter? I mean, I can print that up on my computer.
It's funny. So here's one thing that bothers me, right? So some people love him, some people hate him. Rob Liefeld, right? On Rob Liefeld Creations, which is his website, he does a lot of exclusive covers and stuff of things he's doing, and he'll sign it for you. But last I checked, he charges extra for a COA. You know what I mean, with the book, and it always pissed me off. I'm like, well, if they're paying for the autograph, aren't you going to include that for free? You know what I mean? So I don't know.
No, I don't. There's an online dealer that I buy from on occasion. And I say on occasion because I'm poor, so I can't really. Once in a while, I'll buy stuff from him, and I really don't care about the COAs. Once in a while, he'll do a thing. He goes, you know what? COAs are free. You know, because I didn't have to do it. Somebody else printed them up for me.
Yeah.
So they're free. Everybody gets a COA. I'm like, oh, okay. Cool. But other times he'll charge like $2 to do it.
I got a
because he's got to go out. He's got to put them in the file and print them.
I'm gonna sign them. Not to put him on blast, but I'm gonna. He was charging, I think, a decent amount of money for these little COA cards. I'm gonna see if shop $25 for a seal of authenticity. Yep, Liefeld seal of authenticity. He'll put it on the comic for $25. And I'm just like, ugh.
It's just a card with it printed saying, "Yeah, I really signed this." Yeah.
I mean, like, dude, you're already like getting money for your autograph. You're $25 extra for a little stamp, you know. But I'm one of the people that like Rob Liefeld, right? He's done some stupid stuff, I guess. Just hearing stories or whatever. As a young kid, you know, he was a young kid, and I think that's what a lot of people don't cut him slack with in the early '90s when there was falling outs with Image, and I don't know if everybody knows those stories, but I'm big into like his Robservations podcast, and I've watched documentaries and read a lot about stories from the founders of Image, and you know, he was basically. He'll say he stepped down, but he was basically fired. You know what I mean? as one of the people, and I look at it as he was a young kid. You know what I mean? So he did some boneheaded stuff, but overall, I was one of those young kids when his New Mutant run was coming out and was actually on the stand. You know what I mean? And I loved his artwork. You know what I mean? Between him and McFarlane, you know, and God, Jim Lee too, you know, and this is like pre, relaunch of the new X-Men title and all that stuff. Like I like those titles that led up to the launch of Image. You know, I was one of those people that you know, I think they did really reshape a lot of stuff, and I have nothing but respect for them. But that COA for $25.
Man, when I do this podcast, I just want to jump on my phone and jump on IG and put them on blast. You know.
So Rob Blackfield Creations.
So Rob, $40 for this book because you think you're special. $50 for you to sign it, and then $25 for certificate of authenticity.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy.
How much does a gram of coke cost where you're living now? Oh my God!
Isn't that crazy? I mean, I've when I saw that, I thought it was $25 for the autograph, and it included that. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But no, it's not. It's.
Well, I remember when you could buy, like through Defensive Forces or whatever, through.
Yep. I remember those. The Defensive Forces assigned COA.
You could buy the signed COA books out of there for like
$20, $25.
$20-$25. Sometimes like 30 or 40, depending on the book and the signatures on it. And I used to buy Alex Ross books like that all the time. Yeah. Like, you know, 20-25 books, you know, if it was a $25 book, you know, my shop would be like, yeah.
Now Alex Ross is interesting because he's been painting, you know, he's been the painter. You know what I mean? Is he doing digital now or is he still painting? Because those originals, you know, are selling a lot of money. If he's going digital, he's losing crazy money.
Oh, I know. No, I think he's still doing his preferred method of the medium.
Yep.
And then, you know, selling afterwards. Of course, now everything is the timeless covers, but now he sells them on his site.
Yeah.
You have to get on a waiting list and hope somebody doesn't come through with a credit card to even get one from him. And he charges $50.
Wow.
I'm like, dude, I know your art's awesome, but you know, it took you hours to paint the book. So, you know, I don't mind paying, you know, X amount for a book.
Yeah.
But he gets, like all artists, they get like a free box of comps. Right? So Alex takes that free box of comps, offers them up on his website at $50 a piece. Wow. For all these books they didn't pay for. So, you know, he's probably got like, you know, probably gets like, you know, 200 to 400 comps for everything. So he can, and that was usually so they'd have like current product to sell out of at a con or something. But now he's doing everything on his site, and it's like, you know, it's $50 from the site. And some people like Jim Ballant doesn't charge you to sign anything at a con.
Yeah.
If you order something off his website and you want it signed, then he charges you.
Yeah. Honestly, and this is interesting too, because I guess speaking from the perspective now of a new publisher who's in this business now and, you know, investing a lot and having a lot of stuff created and planning on doing cons, is I view the signing at a booth when somebody signs something as a free service. I mean, it's not just because, you know, I'm not working with these massive names, you know what I mean? That might be at our booth doing this, but it's just like, you know, they're buying your stuff. It's exciting, you know what I mean? And it's cool to get your autograph. And, you know, if they're buying your stuff directly from you, you're already not taking all those kind of middleman cuts taken from distributors and other things. They're going right to the source. And, you know, something as little as a signature, which will make it even more exciting. And I just don't know. I know it is a business. I mean, these people have to feed themselves, but sometimes it reminds me of like the whole Metallica thing, kind of like it's an argument where, well, they're only going to make $15 million instead of $25 million. So they're pissed. You know what I mean? It's like, but they're still making $15 million. You know what I mean? Just as like a random figure, it's like you're still making tons of money. That the extra amount is just kind of like ruining it for like some people.
Yeah, I know. It's,
I don't know. I also realize my point of view is kind of skewed as well, just because.
Yeah. Well, it's skewed because you're coming from, you were a dealer, so
yeah,
you don't want to pay top dollar to be able to sell some autographed books.
Yeah.
Also, I don't want to pay top dollar to read an autographed book.
Yeah. So that's the other thing is like, so I feel like I view things through the eyes of a fan. I've been a dealer forever, but it's the kind of, I only became a dealer because I was such a fan, and it really supported my habit.
And I got all this stuff. I need to sell some of this stuff so I can buy more of the same stuff.
Yeah. It's like Big Johnny at the strip club, when you work there, he had his own supply of things to support his current habit, like, so that's kind of like me in comics. It's an addiction. It's crazy. I spend, disgusting amounts on comics, but it's my addiction. And I look at everything like a fan, and I've done well for myself, and to the point where I'm able to, invest now and self-finance this publishing company with multiple titles. But it hasn't always been like that for me. And I always kind of stick to my roots and how I was brought up, you know what I mean? Being a huge fan. And so I guess I'm a little skewed now from like those different things, but I don't know. I think I'm a fan first, but definitely a dealer.
I got some goodies.
Uh-oh.
So since we were talking about comics from around the world,
I'm gonna grab one too. Here, while you grab those, can I like?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna cover my camera for like 30 seconds. 1 second. I'll live stream myself in my underwear. Let me see.
Okay, cool. And then when you come back, I'll shut down for a second to grab that one from Italy.
Okay.
So we're gonna play Look What I Got, and just talk a little bit of comic stuff. Yes, indeed. So, hope everybody's enjoying this podcast so far, and the fact that we are now also on the Age of Radio podcast network. So this episode, obviously, it's live right now, and you can watch it on 2 different YouTube platforms and a Facebook platform. And you can also be able to download and listen to this in about a week or so, because it has to be scheduled in on the Age of Radio podcast network. So if you go to ageofradio.com/creators outlet, it should take you right to my show page, where there's only 11 episodes up right now, but scheduled episodes already for like the next week. I scheduled like 9 more, and they go from now until I have the last one I scheduled is for December 2nd. Got episodes Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from now until December 2nd already up. So this one will probably be added will go live either later in the day on the 2nd or on the 4th. I'm not sure yet, but we'll figure it out. It's always nice. I'm just looking to see what I have in here. I have a couple of Venom 7s. I actually have a Venom 7, but it is the J. Scott Campbell X-Men version. I also found this in a box, which is the complete set of Hulk Gray. Fun story. I actually got to meet Tim Sale at a shop, and he signed my Spider-Man Blue, Daredevil Yellow, Hulk Gray hardcovers. Plus, he did a Hulk remark on the inside of my Hulk Gray hardcover. That is still in storage, and I can't wait to get back. But
all right, I'm back.
Oh my God! Hold on. Okay, I'll be right back, and I can just go. Bink. Fancy.
All righty. So I pulled so I have multiple stacks, and this some recent stuff. I guess I'll wait for Will to get back. This kind of shows how I buy multiples of certain things. I have a lot of New Mutants. There's a lot of stuff here that's worth stuff or worth a decent amount, but there's other stuff that isn't really going for that much money. And I think that's just because I'm a massive collector and fan. You know what I mean? I sometimes get as excited about a $1 comic as a $100 comic. And it's just because
Ta-da!
There you are. Nice. So I recently got this, which is a foreign one. I know we were talking about foreign comics. This is the first appearance of Morbius, but it's Dutch from the 70s.
Nice.
So I was saying that I basically have a combination of, this is like some recent stuff. This is like, I have many piles of comics outside of the boxes in my room of stuff that are recent things I got sent in, you know what I mean? Or I received from the internet. So this is actually one that I had to grab from before the pandemic, because I got this actually at a show from the guy I was talking about who specializes in foreign books. So yeah, so I've never seen another one of these, but yeah, it came out, in the 70s as well. It's first Morbius, and it's Dutch. So I have some expensive stuff here and some not so expensive stuff, and it's just because I think, like, with anybody who's passionate about comics, you're gonna see, like me, I value some $1 comics as much as $100 comic. I said, which just how I am. Let's see, first Preacher in mint. I was excited about this being a TV show. I'm interested. It's really interesting that Seth Rogen is doing so many of these Garth Ennis stuff. I just bought an entire run of The Boys as well not too long ago. They might be in this pile. I don't know. This is like some recent stuff. I've had so many copies of The Preacher #1 that sometimes I eyeball eBay for things I already have, just because I like buying multiple copies. And sometimes I could find a good deal, because it might be a week where it's half the price it was the previous week, just because people aren't bidding on it. You know what I mean?
Here is that Italian Green Lantern.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's a cool cover. Yeah.
I told you.
La Terra.
I bought two, one to sell and one to keep.
Yeah. I was doing that, and now I find myself buying like 4 or 5 copies. So here's first Deathstroke in mint. It should be graded. It's so mint. It's probably a 9.8. It's insane. A couple of these bad boys, but they're actually newsstand editions, both of them, and they're in, like, I'd say near mint plus. I'm gonna get them graded, but So the newsstands are basically the old variant covers people are considering.
Just like years ago, back in the 70s at DC, Whitman were the variant covers.
Yep. And you know what? It's funny. In my collection, I had more Whitmans than the regular.
And they're worth a lot more.
Yeah. You know, the silent issue, crucial. Bought a couple more of those. Rob Liefeld's doing the Snake Eye series now. I think the second issue just introduced a new female character. I forget her name. And here's one that's not worth that much, but I love it. The Gen 13 miniseries, #1. You know what I mean? And this was a comic that would go for like, when it came out, like especially when the ongoing series started with 13 covers, it was like a $60 book. Now it's probably a $5 to $8 book, you know, maybe 12. You know what I mean? It's just something like, there's a sticker on here, $35. I got this recently for probably like $8, you know, and it's just shows old comic shops how much things were costing at a certain period in time. Totally mint copy. I've had so many of these over the years of the first appearance of Cable.
Well, you know, if you don't need them anymore, I'll give you my address after the show.
And this is probably like a 9698. Let's me. Oh, I just bought these actually, and I was staying away from buying them, but the prices. Sometimes I have to buy things because the price goes up so fast that I'm like, if I don't buy it now, I don't feel like spending $500 on that thing. You know what I mean? So I got an entire run of Spider-Man Noir in his first appearance and all this stuff. And I think just the first issue of this book right here, and these are all in near mint plus, is you know, it's a couple $100, maybe $300 or more now. You know?
Oh, that's retarded.
Then of course, Immortal Hulk 1 first print. You know, which I wish I bought issue 2, which was the first appearance of the Professor. But
so do I. Well, what it was is I thought a secondary shop that I had signed up for had put me down for it, and he hadn't. So I've got a whole slew of reprints. So, but I have one first print of Immortal Hulk's first appearance in Avengers.
Okay, I got that. Yep.
I've got two first prints.
I have that too.
I have 2 first prints of that cover.
Sick.
And then they did a Thor #1, and Hulk #1, and Iron Man #1 connecting cover set.
Oh, interesting.
And I have all 3 of those. I can get those in a minute. They're right over there. So this right here, UK editions.
Okay.
I
like the Pence editions.
At a antique store. This guy passed away. He had an enormous collection with many multiple copies, like mostly all silver and bronze stuff.
Yeah.
This stuff was mostly picked through before I got there. But issue 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, and 14 of Nova.
Oh, I never even saw the UK versions of the original Nova series. That's cool.
I picked one issue out of this to keep.
Yeah.
That isn't in here because I've already picked it out. And it was because I had it when I was a kid.
You know what? You know what's crazy with Nova is nobody ever gave a crap about Nova until the Guardians of the Galaxies movie, and everybody started stipulating on Nova. Nova is a series that I bought and sold many times over for nothing.
And now it is like ridiculous money.
Yeah, I have every issue of, I think there's like 30 in the series or something like that. And the best comics in that, there was like a Spider-Man appearance in one of them. I forget what it was. Yep, and the first appearance, obviously, and it's the thing I like about Nova #1, or the man called Nova #1 is it's an origin story in the first issue. You know, it's just so like you have that first issue, you got his origin. It's not like it just pops right in and a later issue tells who he is. You know, I like comics like that, and I'm doing comics like that as well, where I'm introducing characters, and some are going to be of the superhero bunch, and the first issue is going to be an introduction to them and their origin, like how, like that, you know what I mean? And I really like when they do comics like that, because you have Nova #1 and you're excited. You feel like you already bought into it, and you're really looking forward to how the character develops. You know what I mean? So I love that. So yeah, it's funny because Nova is just something that nobody cared about ever. I mean, ever. I have. I mean, I've had so many copies of Nova #1, like stacks of them that I got for like $3 to $5 over the years. You know what I mean? Just nobody cared. I'd pick them up because it's a comic my father actually really liked when he was collecting in the 70s. Nice. So Nova was like his big character. He loved them. So whenever I'd see a Nova #1, I'd pick it up because it was always like $3. You know what I mean? So now all of a sudden it's expensive, which is great because I still have a ton of them. You know what I mean? But let me see what else. So here's another thing I am interested that they're actually getting popular because nobody gave a crap about these comics in forever. The 2099s, and I think that's because of the Spider-Verse. People are now they're going to come out with a new property with Spider-Man 2099. You know what I mean? So all of a sudden people are caring about these now. So I've had these over the years too, like even Punisher.
Is it just the Spider-Man 2099 they give a crap about, or is it all of them?
There is a Venom 2099 first appearance within this series, and it's going for buco bucks. You know what I mean? And because it's a Venom 2099, that's cool. One thing I think is undervalued, to be honest with you, is the Ultimate characters. Because I've just picked up a lot of these Ultimate characters from milehighcomics.com. They have a 40% back issue sale right now. They usually hike up their prices when it's a key comic or an older comic. When it's a more modern comic, usually they're not that hiked up. Mile High is known to make their comics be like 5 to 8 times more money than it's worth. You know what I mean? And I think they do that for these sales where they're still making money when they put them up for 50% off. For instance, you'll see a comic you get on eBay for $300 on Mile High for like $1,200. You know what I mean? Sometimes,
yeah.
But
they're playing the furniture pricing game.
Exactly. But when it comes to some comics, like for instance, the Ultimate comics, right? They might be $3.99, $4 or something, right? Then you take 40% off of that. All of a sudden, it's like $2 and change. And a lot of those comics, I've been buying up all the first appearances of these random Ultimate first appearances because nobody cares about them, and I think they're completely undervalued. So I've been buying them up for nothing. You know what I mean? Like stacks of all these like Ultimate Moon Knight first appearance. You know what I mean? It's like you'd think that was
30 cents, yeah.
Exactly. And this is just what I've seen over the years. It's like you have stuff that's undervalued and just nobody gives a crap about, and then all of a sudden it gets picked up and it explodes. And that's why, like even this Venom #1, nobody cared about this comic ever. This is the token dollar bin comic. You know what I mean? Now all of a sudden it's worth something. So I've just been picking up some of these just because I've already had a lot of like multiples, but I like buying a lot of multiples. This is something which is not worth anything that I love. X-Men Alpha, you know what I mean? Age of Apocalypse, the coolest crap ever. You know what I mean?
Over on my table, behind those comic boxes, is the entire original omnibus of Age of Apocalypse. I'm still reading it, but I've got another stack of books on top of it, unfortunately.
I'm so excited about. I think Age of Apocalypse was like a big, it was a massive event that was like successful. Everybody loved it. It wasn't like the Clone Saga where everybody hated Spider-Man for years. You know what I mean?
No, because it was the Legion Quest miniseries. So you had to read 4 issues of this dribble to get to, okay, they're going back in time and they're doing this. And, so you have to read like a good 8 comics before you even get to, the story being even halfway decent.
Yeah, that's brutal. That's one thing. It's like,
and then it just became phenomenal.
Yeah, I feel like it's like they sometimes make some of these just to make them. Like it's like I could have went without that issue. That was pointless. I just have it.
That's like just about everything from Marvel and DC.
Yeah,
it's like Batman only needs
first Omega Red.
Yep.
It's picking hot again. It's getting hot.
I've got a short box that has that series from 1 to 100 in it.
Okay. The Boys.
Oh yeah.
So these is only a handful. I actually have like an entire run of the boys, and I just got these, so you can hear they're still stuck together with tape. So yeah, and these are going for good money. Like here's first issues, and that's the thing. The boys, I knew about the boys, and nobody cared about the boys for a long time, as far as I'm concerned, until obviously the show and everything. But that's another thing where Garth Ennis, I've loved Garth Ennis since the Preacher. You know what I mean? Like, I love everything he does for the most part. You know what I mean? And it's just another example of something that's undervalued that all of a sudden explodes. You know what I mean? What else? What else did I get? Such random stuff. Been buying up Moon Knight stuff. I bought up. I have every single Moon Knight comic ever created of every series. Right. One of them, like I said before, like I bought. It's probably like 150 plus issues, and then some miniseries. Probably 200 issues all got damaged. But I did buy a lot of one-offs. Like this is the first Morpheus. You know what I mean? So there's also very obscure things. A lot of people don't know that Moon Knight was in these Hulk magazines. Like they had little Moon Knight stories and stuff. And in this one specifically is the first appearance of Moon Knight's brother. And you can't find this anywhere. It's like you just can't find it. You know what I mean? So I bought it just because you can't find it.
I can find it. It's right there.
Oh, you got it too? Uh-oh. What else? So, God, this is real recent. I just got this stuff in. This is the Squadron Sinister first appearance.
Oh, nice.
I also just got a graded one as well. This is like a very fine this is actually probably like a 9.0 or something around that. It's in incredible condition. What else did sometimes I buy up, like I was saying, like I bought up probably like so many copies of the Cyberpunk 2099 stuff. And a lot of that, I have copies downstairs, actually, I've been looking through. That's because I really wanted to look at the artwork. And I feel like you have to do that nowadays. I feel like I have a nervous tick when it comes to reading a comic if I don't have multiple copies. It got so bad that I had to rip the cover off of a comic because I was getting so nervous about damaging this comic that it was interrupting my artwork and my references and really doing. So I'm like, you know what? I ripped the cover off. I threw the cover. I'm like, I had to do that, and that's kind of what these annoying people who race to pre-order all this crap and drive prices up have forced me to do. Oh, nice. Nice.
These two are UK editions.
Oh, man.
Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 13, and 14 of the original champions.
That's sick. I've been looking. I've been eyeballing some of these Daredevil #1 UK editions. They're not going for as much as the US versions, but I think that's something that's going to eventually flip with the Daredevil #1s because that book is exploded. Here's examples of new stuff that came out that I bought multiples of. That these are going for like $20 plus. You know what I mean? Of this issue, it's like came out a month ago or something or two.
Oh, is that part of the sword fighting thing? Yeah, he turned me into a trade waiter for X-Men. I quit buying X-Men. I'm like, you know what? I want to buy a series that I can get every month and sit down and read. I don't want to buy your miniseries after miniseries. Heavy, good book.
So this is
dropped its publisher and went to a different publisher.
Who, Heavy?
Mm-hmm.
For what? Issues 3 on or something, or 4 on, or are you talking about like just issue 1 starting? Because I got so many copies of
issue 1.
Oh, I didn't know it. So this writer was actually in the band Say Anything, which is a really amazing band. They were a mainstream band. Incredible vocalist. So their album Say Anything Is a Real Boy is required listening. It's incredible. So I've been following the writer of this for probably 18 years, he actually
that was supposed to come out from one publisher, and then pandemic hit, and it was like a 45-day turnaround until people started producing stuff again. And then I got another PR notice from that same publisher because they sent us something with like 2 different books on the same PR thing, and he goes, "This is still with us. This title will not be with us. Please do not announce it anymore."
That's interesting. So here's another Avengers slab. First Squadron Supreme, First Squadron Supreme, and I do think Squadron Supreme is totally an undervalued team and book. I even bought another one over here. So what a lot of people don't know is Squadron Supreme. I'm sure you know, but people that might be watching, Squadron Supreme was originally Squadron Sinister. You know what I mean? So this is Avengers number 70, and as you can see, it's all the characters. You know what I mean? And yet this one says it's the first appearance of Squadron Supreme, or Supreme Squadron. So, and this is issue 85. So all the characters are in issue 70 over here. 70, yet 85 is supposedly the first appearance of the Squadron Supreme, even though it's the same characters. So I had to buy, I bought both slabs real quick, and I have loose issue comics of these as well. It's just one of the most confusing things. Indie comic. Highly recommend. Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, first print. This book was so hard to find over the years. I used to stalk eBay constantly looking for first prints of this comic. Now there's a handful up, but to get a handful up of the first printing on eBay, it was something that took probably like 10 years before you started seeing them. So I'm happy about that. You'll like this one.
Oh yeah, now I feel even worse about all the reprints I just bought of that. But it was actually good. Usually they just do like a facsimile. Yeah, you get the first Wolverine.
So this is pissed me off, right? 4 or 5. I just got this from a friend. It is the cleanest looking copy. I mean, it looks like outside of like some little smudge in here. I mean, it looks like it'd be like a 7.5, you know what I mean? So I feel like it was graded much lower. It's a beautiful looking copy, and that's what pisses me off. I recently was I saw somebody in a chat on Facebook in some comic thing. He had a Amazing Spider-Man number 300 autographed by Todd McFarlane, 9/8. He sent it in for another autograph for them to open, and they ripped it up by accident, and now it's like a 3. So that's why I think there's just such liabilities.
I would be you owe me like $3,000. Nice.
Yeah. This one was another one that I just got this recently, and it was expensive as hell. It's the first Moon Knight 7.5. Mm-hmm. I got it. I think it was like $1,500 or $1,600. But it's another thing that I think it's greatly undervalued, even what it's at now. And Daredevil, you're seeing Daredevil number 1. It's just been so undervalued for so long, that it's just starting to really go up. I mean, people are selling like 1.8 Daredevil number 1s for like $1,500 right now, 1,200, 14, 15. And that's a 1, you know what I mean? So I think that's another book that it's just, sometimes I just need to buy some of these things just because they get unattainable, or I just add more to my collection to lock in the prices. Because if I want to trade somebody with a book that went up, 5 times more than I want to pay, at least I lock in with other books for a trade, So they inflate together, so it's not as hard off on me. So yeah, so this is some recent pile I grabbed, but I definitely grabbed that previous Dutch edition of the first appearance. Just I like those foreign books, and the UK books are awesome. And I think it's awesome that you have so many UK books because they printed just a small, tiny amount compared to the US versions, and they were printed at the same place and they went out at the same time. You know what I mean? Just a small percentage was shipped to the UK, and other foreign books might have been printed as basically a reprint status. You know what I mean? Like maybe a year later. Those UK ones, they're just same time, same factory, same print house, and just much more limited. So I definitely think between the UK stuff and especially the newsstand variant things, because I think they're saying like newsstand was only like 10% or less of books. In the late 80s, early 90s, I think like 1 out of every 10 books was actually newsstand edition or something like that. Roughly.
Now I got to go back and look.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like these newsstand variants, people aren't treating them as they should. If if you're gonna buy a book, especially such an overprinted book, which is basically the 90s, buy the newsstand variant because you're not gonna probably pay more money for it because people aren't treating it as the value that it should be.
These are all direct. I think maybe one or two of the Novas might be newsstand.
Oh, so here's the thing with the 70s, it was different, I think, I think there was more, there was much more newsstand books then, but I think by the time comic shops really exploded, it became much more of a newsstand being more of a variant, you know what I mean? Because
all those champions.
The 70s, it was like even, it was fine, but that's why I think the big thing is the UK variants. But definitely when it comes to the early 90s Marvel, those books are so overprinted. Like, honestly, so I have a couple Deadpools there. I had stack like this high of Deadpool's first appearance, New Mutants 98, right? They were undervalued forever. I got them like 10 years ago, 15 years ago for like $5 each, literally on average, like a stack like this. And they printed so many of those books that Rob Liefeld won't even mention how many they printed because there's so many. And that's why it's probably a couple, maybe $300 book or whatever. It got up to like 5, 6 at one point. When the movies were, at their height, which is, never buy a book when the movie comes out, like wait a few months, until the hype isn't there, you'll pay less money, sometimes like 30% less or more.
Oh yeah. Like the other month when they announced who was going to be She-Hulk on the Disney Plus show, it's like all of a sudden, oh look, all the suckers are coming out to buy She-Hulk #1s.
Yep. So, I mean, now that's when you sell, what I mean?
It's like it's
buy low, sell high. You know what I mean?
It's the sheep announcement. Like I think some of these pages and sites that are all about the speculation are just there to drive up fake market values.
You know what? You know what's cool though? Here's one thing I really like a lot is when you have an indie comic and they're going for money because people take note of that. You know what I mean? More than like these big print things, like a lot of the characters I got introduced to and I fell in love with, I found out by being a dealer. You know what I mean? Because I'm hearing through the grapevine, this book is selling out. You know what I mean? Like, these issues are going for a lot of money. All of a sudden they're on a radar of people that they usually aren't. You know what I mean? And I think it really benefits the independent creators. You know what I mean? Because now people know what their book is, So I think I like
that happened with Rich Davis, who was just on the show last week.
Yeah.
He was on months and months before, and he's the creator of Cult of Dracula.
Okay. Yeah.
And that became the flagship title for Second Sight Publishing.
Yeah. And Second Sight just signed with Caliber for a distro deal, and now they're going to have all their stuff in Diamond, I think, moving forward as well. They just announced that like 2 weeks ago. You know what I mean? So Second Sight's really killing it too. You know what I mean? It's another
when they released issue 1.
Yeah.
They did one store variant. They did it with Scorpion Comics.
Okay.
And they did, and it was a variant set, trade dress version. And Scorpion sold out of every single copy they had in 45 minutes.
Oh my God.
A week after this book came out, the graded virgin copy was like $150, $200.
Yeah. And dude, that is so good for your buddy who was on the show. You know what I mean? Because
and then they got picked up by another company. Yep. So they parted ways with Second Sight, and they're going to be reprinting the first 2 issues of that, but they're doing an expanded thing with more story. They're doing something like the Kolchak case files, but for Dracula in the back. So it's an expanded thing, some new art and everything, and it just it blew up. And he got a media deal. It's being done as a motion picture. So
See, I'm telling you, and you know, there's a lot to this. It intertwines with each other.
6 months time.
The stuff is all intertwined with each other, you know. And honestly, like, I feel like I'm going to be striving for that too. You know what I mean? And I mean, it's one thing to say striving for it, but I mean, I'm actually really, you know, I spent a couple decades on the other side of this industry. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. And I know how buzz gets out there because to survive, I was always on the buzz. You know what I mean? And had to be, you know, to get what I got. So I feel like
gotta have your finger on the pulse all the time.
You know, so what else? Oh, here's another totally undervalued in my opinion, which is still like a comic store exclusive. So Invincible 1, right? Larry's Comics variant, right? And there was like none printed. You know, there's like a 1,200 print run, maybe 1,500 or something. It goes for pennies. Yet the regular cover, which I think had like 7,000 or something, goes for like $500 to $1,000 a copy. And the variant cover, there's only like 1,200. It's going for like $50, $75. And it's the reason I believe.
That ain't right.
So listen to this. This is my conclusion on why it's so cheap. I got the whole story behind it. They had Robert Kirkman go in, but nobody showed up to the signing because I think it was like horrible weather or some shit. I don't know, or something. The comic store ended up with like 1,000 copies. So they would sell one at a time, but I think so many were listed, they kept the market artificially low without realizing it because so many were available. You know what I mean? And all the collectors had a copy, you know, that would be paying a lot of money for it. So I think as time goes on, that's going to flip. I think that's going to be worth 10 times what it is, especially as the Prime cartoon comes out. I think that Larry's Comic variant, if I had $500 that I want to spend on that right now, instead of all this other comic stuff, I'd probably buy 10 copies for $50 a copy just on speculation, because I easily see that being a $200 to $400, $500, $600 comic, you know, and you get it right now on eBay for probably $50 or something. You know what I mean? And it's Invincible #1, more limited cover than the Invincible #1 regular edition, and they're all in good condition. That's one other thing, is the conditioning is going to be a lot better on those because they weren't like sent out everywhere, you know. So there's less of them, but there's a more majority of them in good condition. But still, they're much rarer than Invincible #1's regular cover. So yeah, Larry's Comic Edition. Let me see what it's going for. Last I checked, it was $50.
Larry's Comics. Larry's Comics up north here?
Yeah, it's in Mass, I think. Look, $100, $90, $130. One's $51 in bids right now. 9 to 8, 3 days left. $35 one bid, lose 16 hours. Okay, so it looks like they're slowly going up, right? Oh, there's not even that many on eBay right now. I'm only seeing like maybe a dozen of them. There used to be hundreds of them. So when you're looking at Invincible #1, non-Larry's Comic limited edition, it's like $1,000 book. You know, $800 to $1,000 in good condition. This one you could get for like probably under $100, and it's 10 times more limited. So this is one of those things that everybody's going to be like, why the hell didn't I buy this? You know what I mean?
The market will eventually correct itself.
Exactly. And this one's going to correct hard. Look, Near Mint Plus, $105.99. CGC this. That's Invincible #1 for $100 with the cover 10 times more limited, or to be more technical, I think like 5 times more limited than the cover going for $1,000. You know what I mean? Like, give me a break. You know what I mean? Like,
do you know Larry?
No, I don't know Larry.
Okay, I don't know Larry either. We've bumped into each other a couple of times, I'm sure, but
yeah. So this is crazy, and
Larry has more store exclusives than any other store in the country.
Yeah,
because Larry was a lawyer. So Larry is actually leisure suit Larry, shall we say?
Okay, dude, that's so funny. I know that
he got bored.
Yeah.
Apparently, making that much money, you get bored fast and want to do something else.
Dude,
Larry got bored and turned his love of comics into a business. And he made so many Larry's Comics variants that he had a deal that if they didn't sell up to a certain percentage, he could return them. and then Diamond would resell them to other stores
as the Larry variant, right?
as the Larry's variant, but it wouldn't come through on the previews catalog. It'd be like the letter you would get.
Yeah.
Selling stuff on remainder, just high discount, blah, blah, blah. So I got to have like 24 cool looking Larry's Comics variants of just of Vampirella.
Yeah. I'm telling you, that Invincible #1, that's $1,000 comic all day long in like 5 years, 3 years. It was selling for as little as $20 like a year ago. You know what I mean? Last I checked, it was like around $50. I picked up a couple more then because I already had some in my collection. So I'm like, it's ludicrous. You know what I mean? It's after I got the whole story on how many actually existed and everything. It's that's going to be the hottest Invincible comic, in my opinion.
Well,
yeah,
because I've been talking about it. I got to go grab that Overwatch book to show you.
Oh crap! You're gonna do that. And I'm gonna talk to you afterwards. Keep on like throwing dollar amounts I shouldn't probably pay.
I power up my wheelchair. Make it like a Viper pilot.
Is there even anybody in this watching us? I can't see any names or numbers of people. Yep. 3 hours and going strong. Afterlife. I'm gonna have to take a picture of my my spare bedroom's floor right now. I'm gonna have to take a picture of the floor in my spare bedroom with recent deliveries. You'll be like, these are recent deliveries. I'll be like, yeah, it's like the last probably 8 weeks of deliveries are all on the floor in my room, and it takes up an entire room.
All right. Here is Project Overwatch from CAE Studios.
Oh, man.
Issue 1. Martin Dunn, Javier Lugo, Rob Torres, Lance Catan, and Magnus.
All right, let me see that.
And there.
Oh, shit. That's cool.
Is the sketch cover of one of the lead characters that I don't even think made it into the game.
Yep, that's sick. Oh man, that's the only comic I would own that would be more limited than that is literally printing like one copy of one of my comics and just keeping it myself with my own cover. You know, like, that's crazy.
And I'm not. I mean, you can see.
Oh, you're actually opening it? Oh my god.
Yeah,
that's cool. I can't believe you're touching it with your fingers. I'm such a weirdo. The oils. How will it be in 50 years?
I was going to buy that book off him, but he fingered it, and I said, no way.
See, that's a book I'd be scared to send to get slabbed. You know what I mean? Imagine that disappears. You're like, well, I guess I'll never see anything like that again.
So this is a funky-ass thing because this is a clear, thick backing board.
Interesting. You know what?
And then it goes in this Mylar.
So here's the thing. You know those baseball card like holders, right? And they make the big ones for comics. I think I got one. Dude, they were bending my comics.
Yeah, you know why?
They got wood over them.
The same reason that I put everything in Silver Age bags and boards.
Yeah.
Because, you know, sometimes you get a modern comic and it's got way too much girth and it won't fit in.
Yeah.
And it starts bowing.
So
yeah, I put this one in here so it keeps it nice and flat.
I love those clear backs like that. Oh, man.
And you know,
that's sexy.
And I want to sell it, but I don't know how much.
What con did the guy have that on? What con?
What kind of what?
What con did the guy sell that at? I want to know so I can go to that con to sell my crap to a video game company.
Florida.
Okay.
What are the big conventions in Florida?
Oh my God. I don't know. I stay away from Florida.
Okay, well then don't worry about it. So I wanted to show off
Florida Man. That's a new comic coming out. It's a trade paperback, actually.
Mike Barron, yeah.
Florida Man. I'm surprised somebody already didn't do Florida Man, to be honest with you. Like as a superhero, Florida Man, just in every issue. Oh yeah. First Hulk.
Minty Mint.
Immortal Hulk. One shot.
And then.
Yep. Hell yeah.
And again.
Yep. So my buddy, he doesn't even really collect comics, but he likes to read them. He's actually a really well-received author who self-publishes novels, series. He doesn't do comics, but he's looking to possibly break in. But he has some series, some novels he sold, like, I was asking him his numbers, and he has some where he sold like upwards of 50 to 80,000 copies. You know what I mean?
Wow.
With his highest selling one, I think he did almost 250,000 copies. So he has a following. He makes a good living off of self-publishing. And basically, we're talking about doing comics, so I won't drop his name. But he started reading Immortal Hulk as soon as issue 1 dropped. And he has every single issue. And I'm like, those are really hot comics. Like, you get some money for those. He had no idea, and that's just something I love, where somebody can have such great things that are so hot and people would die for and paying top dollar, but they don't even know what they have. You know what I mean?
Here are the connecting covers.
Oh, man.
Thor #1.
Yep.
Into the variant for Immortal Hulk.
Oh, man. Yep.
And to Iron Man.
Oh, I love it.
I can only do 2 at a time because I only have 2 hands.
Yeah.
Well, those are the wrong 2.
Oh, yeah.
So you get.
Yep. I see. That's cool.
You get the pulsar beam hitting them.
Yep.
And then on the back side, I did it again. I'm like, I'd be horrible at that card game. Okay, where's the queen? Oh. Whoops. This way.
There you go. Yep. Perfect.
There it is.
Hell yeah. I love it.
So I've got those 3, and the deal that I bought these from, it was his last set. He had like 50 sets of this, and they blew out in a heartbeat because nobody gave 2 craps about the Thor and the Iron Man. They were like, "Ooh, variant of Immortal Hulk."
That Thor, that Donnie Cates book is fire. Like, it's crazy.
Oh, I hate the Cates.
Yeah. I really like Baby Teeth, which was a book I think he's continuing to do. He puts out every so often through Aftershock.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool. It's funny so my wife likes that book a lot. So I told her, I'm like, hey, I'm doing a publishing company, Afterlife, and like, I have like, it's a cool logo. I'll drop it in, I'll be promoting it on Facebook and in like these places, once the site launches next month. But she's like, Afterlife, like Aftershock. I'm like, oh my God. But I don't think they sound alike at all. I mean, completely different, like death. You know what I mean? So
yeah, it's two different words. Don't worry about it.
But baby teeth is a cool concept and stuff. Yep. But Crossover just came out. I bought 9 copies of Crossover. 5 of the regular cover, 4 of a variant.
Which variant?
I can't even remember the artist, but the variants survived. But the literally 5 copies of Crossover got destroyed from T4's delivery. 5 copies destroyed. So
you should probably find someplace else.
I'm going. You know what? If anybody watches this, message me. If there was one place I saw an advertisement for, maybe a few weeks ago that said they guarantee near mint plus condition with everything that gets delivered, and I can't find their name and I can't find them. It was like a targeted ad probably at me, and I decided not to do it because I'm like, well, I use T4, but they've screwed me so many times. I once bought 20 copies of a comic from T4, and all 20 were destroyed. When I say destroyed, I mean like big enough dents and everything in it to make it not a collectible comic. You know what I mean? Like reader copy. You know what I mean? Like that you don't care about. But these are the comics that are highly sought after.
So nothing like that.
Oh man, that thing's beautiful. I like the art style on that too.
Yeah.
How they drew it out.
Look at the line work.
Oh yeah, the hair. So that's interesting. That's interesting.
And Javier just signed with a publisher.
That's cool.
So him and Martin did a revamped version of this book.
Interesting.
They did like 4 issues, but they only got like the first one out. And
So
they changed the name and made all new characters, but kept like the premise. I'm like, go ahead. What are the chances Blizzard might sue you? Probably pretty good.
Yeah. Oh man.
But I've looked for that. I've looked for this book on, like, Key Collector and
it doesn't exist probably. It's just there's too few of them. It's like the Honus Wagner baseball card. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's like he told me they printed like 9 copies, which means there's probably 10. They probably printed like 10 or 12. Some of them didn't come out right, so they trashed them. And they pretty much goes, yeah, I still got this. I'm giving this away. And he pulled my name out of a hat during a thing before I started being admin on that page, which I haven't been for a couple of years now. But
I don't know why, but I'm newer to Facebook, like using it now. Like I'm way late on it for this comic stuff because I've been doing cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, our whole social media network is Twitter. So I have like a Twitter account that I've been active on, and that's because our industry, that's what they go to. And I'm just amazed at all this Facebook stuff. I'm excited. Like I'm hitting up people who are like listing like really rare comics, and I'm trying to buy them up, and I'm like, this is great, And then these live things, like I'm new to this, being exposed to this, and it's really exciting, especially during the pandemic. It's cool. I'm the creative community as well. The creators and everybody in indie comics that I've been finding on Facebook.
All the different indie pages and the match.
It's cool too because I'm such a obsessive comic nerd. You know what I mean? Like I still like there could be a kid who just put out his first comic and I think it's cool and I'm like, hell yeah, like I'm a fan, like legitimate fan. You know what I mean? Like I'm that nerdy fan. You know what I mean? And just being able to exist with other creators, I'm still getting over me putting out books. You know what I mean? It's like, it's crazy. You know what I mean? But I just have so much respect for everybody who works in comics. It's amazing, just being able to think up entire new worlds that don't exist and, put them out like visually as well, as this, just storytelling, like through words. I just love comics, and I swear I feel like it's like almost superhuman being able to write out an amazing story, create your own world out of your head, and then have it, draw it out yourself or have it drawn out and everything. And all of a sudden it's real. You know what I mean? It's just, your imagination is now real. It exists. You know what I mean? And it's just at such a basic level like that is just, it never ceases to amaze me. And, it's just such a great thing. And yeah.
I thought about doing it once before, and I actually took Marv Wolfman's a couple of his seminars.
Okay. That's cool.
Because I'm like, I go, what could go wrong? I'm just going to listen to Marv Wolfman talk about, yeah, right? I'm going to listen to one of the guys I worshipped in the 90s for the new Teen Titans series with George. And
I have his entire run in the other room. Don't make me cover my camera again and bring stacks of Wolfman stuff. That's funny.
Behind me, up against the wall in a box in a print top loader, I have the art for Baxter paper New Teen Titans #1 signed by Wolfman and Perez.
Wow. That's crazy.
And
where do you live exactly? No. Where do you live? What's your address? When are you not home? Do you have a security alarm?
I've got
you're like, I have a gun.
I have a long bow, 2 compound bows,
nice.
Multiple hunting knives, 2 Glocks, and an AK.
Hell yeah. I can't believe those are legal en masse. They're probably grandfathered in. Yeah. So
I told him it was a paintball gun.
Yeah. So whatchamacallit? Yeah. That's awesome.
I got that. Let me just roll back.
I gave myself a haircut before, so man, funny. I look funny.
There you go.
Oh man, I cut my own hair. It's good. Luckily, I have this tough guy hat, Boston style. You know what I mean? Representing New England with this hat, the boxing Irishman style.
I've been dying to show these off again.
Oh crap.
One day they'll be up on my wall. I have this piece right here.
Oh, that's cool.
Which is from Joe Sinat, who passed away this year.
Wow.
This is from the Joe Sinat Inking Challenge, so it's Joe's original blue line.
Oh my God!
And Joe signed it down. What wrong hand? Down there. And yeah. This was inked by Rusty Gilligan.
Okay.
And I won that from Bob Allman's fundraiser there, the Inkwell Awards.
You're winning all these things. I'm going to use your name. If they do that randomizer, maybe there's some kind of thing with your name.
Yeah, they're afraid I'm going to come kill them. Just kidding. So I will just place that for now. I bought a bunch of prints from Clan McDonald Comics. Mm-hmm. He's always got some great artists coming in and doing signings and all kinds of stuff, and facilitator for CBCS. This is a free certificate of authenticity.
Was it $25 from Liefeld?
No.
I'm surprised he doesn't rent them out. He should start renting them out for $20 a year. Why not, right?
I bought this one for my daughter because she loves Harry Potter. And this is a Ryan Kincaid print.
Oh, that's cool.
So I know there's lots of glare. Come on, focus.
That's some cool coloring too on The wand.
Oh yeah,
it's cool.
This one is Jason Metcalf, and I bought this because I thought this was totally rad. It's Hawkman and Moon Knight.
Oh man, I love Moon Knight
Fighting Dracula and the mummies.
What? That's cool. Oh man, I can't get enough Moon Knight.
There we go, right there. And of course, it's signed.
That's cool. Oh, I need to find it.
And because obviously I am Joker, I'm actually Joker Fan on Twitter and Joker Fan 1969 on Instagram. So he had a thing. He had a signing with Esteban. You know, Ebas.
Mm-hmm.
And
oh man, is that Joker? Is that Joker? I kind of see.
Yeah,
that's cool. I love that.
He's got like the lettering going up the other side there.
I can't wait for them to introduce that version of the Joker into the universe, you know, comic books. That's going to be a hot book.
And I bought Ebas's Hulk because this looks like a totally ripped version of Lou Ferrigno. He did the hair like Lou's.
Oh yeah.
And just, you know, because these are all painted, so I'm like, they're just badass. So when conventions open up around here, and I go cover one, if Ferrigno's at one, I'm bringing this for him to sign.
Hell yeah! You're like, here, Ferrigno. Now go get your check from the artist.
And of course, nothing
would
be better. And this is from, remember the trailer for season 1.
Yep.
All the heads on the pikes.
So I want to actually give really good advice right now regarding the Mandalorian to everybody. So there's a cover coming out of a Star Wars magazine.
Issue 200.
Yep. Illustrated. There's a specific version though. It's the variant by the Peach guy. You know what I mean?
Peach Momoko.
Yep. And I pre-ordered 10 copies. I'm pretty sure even if you pre-ordered 50 of them, it's worth having. You know what I mean? I'm just running out of room. I think they're going to say that's the first appearance of Mandalorian.
First cover appearance of the Mandalorian. People are going nuts for it.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's also Baby Yoda. You know what I mean? My thing is, it's not a comic book; it's like a magazine. But still, I see that in the industry, like they say it's the first appearance or whatever. You know, they try to pawn. You know, it's like the cameo thing. Sometimes they pawn a cameo as a full first appearance, or they have a full first appearance. They try to pawn off as a cameo. You know, but I think that's a book they're definitely gonna try to pawn off as possibly the first appearance. You know what I mean? It's a strong possibility in my mind.
I have a Jim Starlin with Thanos fighting the Hulk, signed by Jim Starlin.
Nice. Wow, you really punched the Hulk in the face, huh?
Oh yeah, and Jim drew, inked, and colored this all himself. And I can never afford Iron Man 129, but I dug deep to have a print of Iron Man 129 signed by Bob Layton.
Nice.
I actually have a reverse of this cover on the Agent Venom series where Brock is sitting on his couch at the table and he's completely shit-faced, and it's just like a bottle of whiskey in a glass.
That's funny. That's cool.
And the pièce de resistance, because I am such a huge fan of these guys, and Jericho is on the cover, and I don't care what anybody says, the disco collar of the Nightwing costume is still Grayson's best costume ever.
Oh, man. The disco collar, hell yeah.
I actually have one of the DC Universe figures that they did of him in that costume.
Oh, that's cool.
And Figures Toy Company is doing the Titans run, and they actually have the disco collar Nightwing. So I'm like, I go, oh, gotta buy that one.
All you showing me this is reminding me of how Tifo destroyed my Batman 102 and sold out, so I can't get one that's not beat up.
Signed by both of them. I'm like, okay.
Oh man, that's cool.
I got that. I got all these this year, and I was like, he goes, so what do you think conventions are coming back? I go, don't care. I just got Bob Layton, Jim Starlin, Marv Wolfman, and George Perez's signature. I can just sit on my couch in my underwear and be happy.
That's cool. Yeah, I'll grab one more. I'll grab one more thing. I'll be right back. I'm gonna cover up just so people don't see me running around in my underwear. I'll be right back.
So if you're still watching here, we're going to get back to a little bit more about his book and what's next. But we're just having fun geeking out. We're geeking out and talking geek stuff. Dum-de-dum. So while he's grabbing that, I just got a notification that Eagle Moss is having a big sale on the DC figures. Some of the $20 ones are they're not in any particular order. Some of the $20 ones are being knocked down to like $5, making me wish I had a lot more money than I do.
Hey.
Whoa!
So I couldn't find what I was looking for, but I did find a couple interesting things. I'm doing an unboxing right now for something I forgot about. E4. I don't even know what's in these. These are Major X0 variant. All right. I'll get one out as a reader copy. All right.
Wait, you're going to touch that with your fingers?
All right. And this one, completely unopened. I don't even know what's in here. Open that. So I was looking for a cool thing I had, like you were showing, the prints. So I actually got this from Larry. God, I don't even know his name. Woodson or something. He's the guy who actually drew all the original X-Men cartoon series on Fox.
From the 90s, yeah, nice.
Yeah, he's part of that whole crew, and I think that whole crew, they've been sticking together, going to cons, all the original, everything from the artists to the people doing the voices, and they're really trying to push hard. So I thought this was cool because, I mean, it's the 90s X-Men cartoon with the guy who, like, would, one of the artists who would, like, do everything for him. So I thought it was random. I mean, really awesome. I got this booklet. This was given out to, I guess, order Preacher #1 preview, all black and white. I've never seen these before. I have 2 copies of them.
Is that
display only, not for sale?
Is that a retailer summit one?
I believe so. I mean, just paper.
Like, is it like oversized? Like, because
no, it's like 11 by 7. No, it's 8.5 by 11.
Okay,
it's literally pages of this.
There's sometimes previews would send those out. Well, DC would send them to preview to Diamond, and they would ship out the packets to all the stores ordering DC Comics.
Yes, it is. It says this preview is an uncorrected proof and may be subject to editorial changes before publication. Copyright Garth Ennis, for display only, not for sale. And it's literally like the first few pages. You know, it's a stack of them in black and white of Preacher #1 before it came out.
But sometimes they would give these out to the dealers that were attending the DC Summit at San Diego.
I think this is what that came from. So I got 2 of these, and I've never seen them anywhere else. So I don't know what's up with it.
Well, that's rad, though.
So I don't know. I like the Preacher. Big Garth Ennis fan. I need to figure out how to open this box real quick without damaging anything that isn't already probably damaged because it came from Tifoa, and I feel like 30% of my stuff from them is damaged.
I think we should officially change the name of T4 to T-Bag. That's what they're doing to you, sending you boxes of damaged comics.
And I order so much from them, you know. It's just crazy.
They're probably like, this fool gives us like 10 grand a month. We can just send him anything. You don't care.
Yeah, they're like, whatever. It'll be like, it's like their way of giving me things for free because they don't want me to send them back when they're damaged. They just become reader copies for me. But I order so many comics, it just takes up room in my house, and I can't do anything with them because they're too damaged. You know what I mean? So maybe one day I'll wallpaper my house with it. You know? I don't even know what's in here. Oh, this is Major X #5. Just a ton of copies of it. Now I ordered a ton of copies of this one. And these are old. Like, these are just random boxes I found on the floor I didn't open probably 4 months ago. Because it's this girl's first appearance. And she's a new character, I guess, in the Marvel Universe. So, I don't know. Major X, every issue sold out, but I feel like they never did anything else with it. So it's
just like everything else, he's all hype and no substance. Just ask his wife.
Although I did not have to pay extra money to get anything telling me they're real.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. So nothing exciting, just a couple Major X things. Yeah, I ordered so many copies of that. I thought it was it's one of those books that I think you have to sit on for like 20 years before anything happens with it. Unless they
then.
Yeah. So is that everything? Yeah. I was gonna share something so cool too. I only am reaching for stuff I recently did. But here's a picture of me and James O'Barr, creator of The Crow.
Nice.
I was going to show you a cool, really cool picture I got from him that I bought off of him. But it wasn't an easy reach, so I just can't do it tonight. But it's cool. Let me see if I even have a picture of him. He was cool. I didn't know he was a really good story. It's interesting, really liking comics, growing up with them, and then really eventually finding out the stories on the creator and how they came to create the comic. You know, I really like those things. I've really found myself diving deep into reading about creators and their interviews, and just more about them. You know what I mean, on a personal level.
The history behind it and everything.
Yeah, it's something that
I unfortunately couldn't meet him, but 2 years ago, a bunch of my friends went to Rhode Island Comic Con, and they got to meet Roy Thomas.
Okay.
And Roy Thomas, while he was signing a couple of books for them, regaled him with what could only be described as a documentary because he talked so long that one of them was filming it with his phone and his phone battery went dead. Wow. So the other guy had to pick up and goes, quick, turn it on. My phone's dying. But it was really cool. Like last year when I went, like you said, you just hang out, in like Artist Alley in the comic book area.
Yeah.
So, I got early access and everything because of, being in the chair, and, I get to go around, but they had shoved like to the second floor of the convention center is where they shoved all the comic book guys in like one corner, and then put like some other, vendors of random stuff in there. And I go past the first corner when I walk into this floor room, and it's friggin' Neil Adams setting up his oversized area.
I was just watching Neil Adams last night. It's funny.
And I sat and talked to him, his daughter, and one of his handlers for like 45 minutes while they were setting up.
That's so awesome.
And it was like 35 minutes into the conversation before he realized, he goes, "Oh, you're with the press." You go, "Yeah. Why? Do you not like the press? I can hide the badge." He's like, No, that's fine. I was just talking. I was sharing childhood memories of, buying, certain books and, looking around. And I really wanted to get something. I wanted to get something signed by him, but I just couldn't, pry my credit card out to spend like $100 or $150 for him to sign a print.
Man.
I hung out with him. I met and hung out with Graham Nolan, Bill McKay, Tom Mandrake, Mike Grell,
That's awesome.
Christopher Priestley, who's doing the one of the Vampirella series over at Dynamite, and a whole bunch of like indie illustrators, just seeing what they had going on. And
Neil Adams have his whole booth set up where it's like 10 times bigger than other booths, and it's like hundreds of original artwork pages.
Yes,
that is so cool. Every time I would see him at a con, it's like a traveling show, man, of like just the coolest stuff that you wish you could buy, but there's no way in hell you can afford it.
It is, and every hour or so, he has his crew go around and change every single thing that was out there.
And that guy is
he takes away, he leaves up the original art, he leaves up some of the original art, or swipes it out for other original art, but all the prints get taken away and replaced with what was last year. Oh yeah, last year's big collector scam was metal covers. And I saw covers, I go, "Oh, cool, that's shiny, that's nice." He goes, "Yeah, that one's $3.50.
Oh my God.
I'm like $3.50. He goes, "Oh, $350. I go, "Yeah, no."
That's that evil Ernie stuff, man.
I go,
he had a million covers like that. It's like evil Ernie cover. This one, it's like people would buy that stuff too. They'd spend like $50, $60.
I go, I've got an original version of that, and I paid the cover price of 15 cents on it, and it's beat to shit, but I still have it.
Yeah, that's so cool.
So let's talk more about your stuff, because we've been sitting here geeking out for 3.5 hours.
Hey man, you know what? I think we can do this 48 hours straight at least.
Probably,
eventually, I'm gonna have to sleep because I do have a job, but during the day, you know what I mean, like I have to wake up early for it. But I don't know this stuff. I mean, I just feel like you know how it is. You talk for like probably 12 hours easy on this,
It ran about the same amount. Will Callaghan was on a couple of months ago, and we were just talking about everything.
Yeah,
and geeking out about stuff, and just right. All of a sudden, he starts taking his glasses off and rubbing his eyes. I go, "Oh, the high sign."
Wow. 3 hours, 39 minutes. That's crazy.
Yeah. So
you're officially this has been longer than a Joe Rogan episode.
Yeah, and I didn't bring out my gun or anything. I like down in Texas. But it's fingerprint safe and all this other stuff. It's just too much work. It would just be something else for Facebook to put me back in Facebook jail.
Oh,
I
yes.
I just got out like yesterday. I'm like, what the hell?
It's funny. Facebook throws so many people that I would never think would ever be thrown in Facebook jail. They just go right in. You know what I mean? It's like a board game. It's like go to jail 2 weeks. It's just like okay.
It's like you didn't say anything hateful about the president. Yeah, you can't be updated.
That's one thing I can't stand is my whole thing with politics is I try to stay away from it just because I feel like there's a lot of miscommunication. So I feel like I don't take either side per se, but I side on issues. You know what I mean? Like I've been let down by both parties. I'll put it that way. You know what I mean? And I take very specific sides on issues. And basically, somebody might have been misinformed on that issue that I'm friends with. And they just don't have all the information. And maybe I do. You know what I mean? And if I research and look into something deeply, and I can tell them information they don't know, which has been verified, and they disagree with me, I mean, there's only so much you can do from there, and it can ruin friendships and all that other stuff. So I just I stay away from it. You know what I mean? I recently, for the election, turned on the TV. I never watch TV usually. I mean, live TV. I haven't had cable in probably 30 years. I as an adult, I've never had cable. And so basically, I put on live TV because of Amazon Prime. They had the option for live television networks for the election coverage, and every network I put on, it was very obvious who they were going for, and it just was so not neutral to the point where it wasn't news. It was very much like
activism.
It was activism, and I couldn't believe it. And if somebody could love or hate Trump, I think whether you love or hate him, you could put anybody in his place. And if every news network is very obviously basically manipulating people watching their networks into hating the person, that's not news. And I was in shock that it's been years since I watched live news, and it's very obvious that all the main news networks are not even hiding the fact that they're trying to manipulate you. And that's kind of my take on that.
So many I can't even.
And they're anti-Trump, by the way. They're not pro-Trump. Yeah. They hate the president, and it seems like they hate everybody who supports him, and it seems like they're out of touch with reality when it comes to where they live, because this country overall is highly supportive of him. You would think 1 out of 100 people supported him the way they treated it. You know what I mean? It's half the country supports him, and his followers, you're kind of telling them all they're a bunch of idiots, and you're a major mainstream news network, and it's every news network. So I think, there's a lot of bubbles people exist in, and I think the media exists in this bubble that's outside of reality, and they try to present their bubble as reality because it's what they know as reality. And by doing that, I think they really piss off a lot of people who can see through their bubble and through their manipulation tactics to other people within their bubble. So
because they're not even trying to hide it anymore.
Exactly. So it's crazy. I honestly never thought growing up in this country I'd have to probably look at a dozen different news articles on the same subject to try to find some kind of truth to whatever it's being written about. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's so bad. I don't even know if this falls into, I stay away from politics. I don't even think this falls under politics. This is criminal. You know what I mean? It's the way the media is in this country, and it's criminal in my opinion, and it's manipulates It's to manipulate people, and it's very obvious. And like I said, I'm in InfoSec. I'm in cybersecurity. I've dealt with manipulation campaigns at massive levels and looked through them and studied them, at a professional level. And it's very obvious that that's what everybody's doing. You know what I mean? So it's shocking. It's very shocking. And I think that, it's no wonder people hate each other so much, because people are not given full stories and given angles and given certain, whoever they subscribe to is really, it's not just like a different take on something. It's like you're in a different universe. You know what I mean? It's not even related. So I'm very against politics, because I'm also against manipulating people. I would say I'm very, you do you, I do me. We don't bother each other, and that's how it should be. You know what I mean? Like, if I don't hurt you and you don't hurt me, do whatever the hell you want. You know what I mean? Like, live your life as you want to, is kind of like my mantra. You know what I mean? Like, as long as you don't hurt anybody, do whatever you want. But when you're manipulating the masses, that's not being left alone. I mean, I like I said, I was in shock. And, I'm not saying I agree with Trump or I agree with Biden, you know what I mean? But it's very obvious that for everybody I know in my industry, which is very left-leaning, especially on Twitter, it's very left-leaning. Yeah, it's very left-leaning. And you can't even say you support Donald Trump. Like, if I was a political person and I supported Donald Trump, I can guarantee you that I would be doxxed, trolled, and probably I'd be blackballed from the tech industry. You know what I mean? And that's insane. That's very like that's very like Nazi Germany type stuff. And you're seeing that be accepted by mainstream people, and it accepted as normal in this country right now. So I think it's disgusting. And I think Trump says some crazy stuff, but he also says some accurate things. And it's scary that when he says something accurate, that's not being political or anything. It's like just truth or a lie. If he does say something that's the truth, these people still pretend it's a lie because it doesn't fit their narrative or the manipulation they're trying to do to you. And it's accepted by intelligent and educated people.
I hate Trump. Why? Because he's actually fulfilled his promises from his campaign.
So that's one of the things. Like, let me see. So one thing that's really interesting to me, I guess, while we're on this subject, because it's on the news every day, is basically this whole election still like somewhat ended, yet somewhat hasn't ended, yet it's weird. You know what I mean? So what I find interesting, and this is as a neutral party, you know what I mean? Like, me personally, if Biden's president or Trump's president, I benefit just in different areas from each president. You know what I mean? It doesn't really make as big a difference to me as it would affect somebody else. You know what I mean? Just in my category I'm in. You know what I mean? As everything from income to just random stuff. You know what I mean? Like, me, it's not going to have as big of an effect on me as other people. You know what I mean? So I'm very neutral. You know what I mean? Like, I like to support, everybody, but I think whether you support Trump or Biden, there's different groups of people that seem to be for each one in different subgroups and everything. And me, I'm just I'm a floater. You know what I mean? So me being a very neutral person, I'm reading that Trump's saying that there's been voter fraud. He's doing all this stuff. And one thing that I've been seeing from Biden's side, or people that support Biden, is that there's no such thing as voter fraud. Now, as a neutral party, I've been hearing for 4 years that there's been nothing but voter fraud and election interference with Trump's election. So now there's no such thing. So it's like, okay, well, as somebody who doesn't take sides, I can understand that. I know there's voter fraud, but it's usually at very minuscule levels. You know what I mean? They say, from studies, like it can affect a local election sometimes, but sometimes not. Like, people wouldn't imagine it would affect a national election. But now what they're doing is they're like, oh, there's thousands and thousands of ballots that weren't counted. They're finding there's a lot of illegal ballots. There's all these things that were counted. There's actual examples of the software machines, and I've been looking at this just because I'm in this industry for a living. You know what I mean? That we're switching votes from Trump to Biden.
Oh, Dominion software, the same software they use in communist Venezuela.
Well, that's the thing, right? So you would think that Trump, who is the sitting president of the United States, is saying they're not certifying the votes yet. I believe I'm the winner, and it's because voter fraud happened, and people are laughing at him and writing him off, and they're already in the middle of the whole Biden transition team when he's like, listen, I have a ton of evidence that's going to be brought to light, right? Now, historically with Trump, he sometimes says stuff and he doesn't, it's sometimes a little weird. It could be skewed, right? But the evidence they're showing so far of, the head of a place saying in one county, it was like 6,000 votes. And they use the same thing in 49 other counties in that state. And they used that same software and machine systems in every battleground state, which had the potential right now to siphon possibly enough votes to make Trump win the presidency, between that and all these hidden ballots and all this other stuff that they're popping up with. It's like you would think that the news would be covering it, but they're not. No. They're not covering anything. And one other thing with this, me being a neutral party, is all I hear about is people always trying to attack people who are runnings. Like, if you have a family member or something or somebody close to you that's in corrupt stuff that you might be a part of, like it's all over everything, the front page. Now, when Hunter Biden came out, a video of him like smoking crack and like a porn video and everything, it was not covered anywhere in the United States. I did not know about it. I did not know about it until international friends of mine were mentioning it all over the news. And I'm looking, even at Twitter, it was blacked out by every major media network.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous because I working, in my, the industry I'm in and industries, because I'm sure, where you find an artist, usually they're very liberal or far left as well. Sometimes, a lot of the time, I don't want it in my career. I don't want to have people against me for things that, I believe in and am passionate or find truth in just because they're bigoted, yet they think I am because of my beliefs, which are not bigoted. You know what I mean? So I try to stay away from it because of that, because the way I see it is I can agree with somebody all day long, and then we have one disagreement and your career's over. You know what I mean? And it's crazy. And I hope it changes. And I don't know. I mean, you get deeper into it, but I just feel like Trump has been treated unfairly, and I'm not somebody who wants to agree with Trump publicly. You know what I mean? And I'm saying that because Trump supporters don't even want to agree with him publicly. And that's, I think, one of the many reasons for all these skewed things on him, because so many people support him yet can't be public about it because there's this whole like gang of crazy people that are accepted as normal and mainstream that will kind of label you as some kind of psychopath, you know what I mean? And ruin your career.
Yep. It's the children that have been indoctrinated from the liberal universities and the public education system.
Yeah.
I've seen like a good place to find some good deep undercover investigation is Project Veritas.
Okay. Yep. James O'Keefe.
Yep.
So I actually, after I saw the live thing, I actually went on Twitter and I was seeing some of these people, but it does seem like most of them have been banned. So I tried not to get too deep within the rabbit hole because I don't want to be the person posting like, this is BS. Like, they're obviously, it's obvious to me as somebody who's neutral, who has dealt with at a professional level manipulation campaigns and studying them in tech, that the whole media is one massive manipulation campaign. You can't trust the media in the United States, the mainstream media. And, it sounds like a crazy conspiracy person from like 20 years ago. Like it'd be like, some random obscure crazy person who wasn't taking their medicine. But that is where we are right now. And it's just, I'd rather just draw and write comics and, do my day job, breaking into systems, and then have to worry about this stuff because, if I do try to get involved, my career is over. Not just what I'm doing in tech, but I'm sure I would be a target within comics as well. And I don't want to close doors, and I want to exist as a creative person. I want to exist doing what I love, and I don't want to poison the possibility of me agreeing with something that somebody else feels much more passionate about disagreeing with and labeling me something that I'm not. You know what I mean? So that's why I don't even attempt to get into it, because I already know what it becomes. I've seen people's lives ruined for being a Trump supporter in tech. You know what I mean? And I'm not even saying, they didn't even say anything like crazy. You know what I mean? They just said they support Donald Trump and their career was over. So that's kind of where I'm at. Unfortunately, that's where our country is. And, do I support Trump? Do I support Biden? I don't know. You know what I mean? I literally put a wall in front of myself because I don't even want to get into it because, as somebody who's passionate about things, if I get passionate about those subjects, from what I've seen so far, when it comes to Trump complaining about the media and this other stuff, he's 100% correct. But if I were to go deeper and I find more things he's correct about, all of a sudden I'd probably wind up being a Trump supporter and ruin my life.
Well, my life's already ruined. I'm a Trump supporter.
Yeah.
And the more people around my own, members of my own family, and it's weird because my aunt is pro-Trump, and then half her kids hate Trump, and I'm a bad person, and he's a racist, he's a homophobe, he's a trans. They have to make up all these fake label names to call you because nobody wants to be called any of those things, especially called out as one of those things in public in the in the current climate.
Yeah.
And,
so that's the thing,
and then I'll go and say something stupid, and I'll bring up an argument to like one of my cousins and be like,
I know that I would agree with
this. I go, I don't care if somebody wants to they can identify as a rock for all I care. Yeah. But science, it's only 2 chromosomes. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And that's the thing,
and then
I don't even get into because I don't want to create enemies or roadblocks, for my career, and that's just something I think it's just something I have to be aware of, you know what I mean, especially in this industry. I don't want rumors to be started about anybody who supports somebody, if there's other comic people out there that are being political and they support one person or the other, I would hate for them not to get their story out or have their career affected. If you love Biden, or if you love Trump or Biden, I don't think people should attack you, considering half the country, it's like a coin flip on who you support. You know what I mean? I know half the country is not, racist or bigoted or anything else. You know what I mean? So just with that basic thing, these are empty labels that are being given to people that are basically due to manipulation campaigns on the public. And, it's sad.
It's pretty much, dirt off your shoulder, don't say anything, especially if you got a prominent position with a company or your own business, because they're just looking for an excuse to ruin people's lives over nothing.
Yeah,
at the end of the day, it's all about nothing, and it's I'm sorry, but if Instagram shut down tomorrow, would you still be a model? Or me saying, well, you know what? I identify as skinny now. That's right. I'm trans fat. Now that right there is a funny joke.
It's funny. So
my cousins didn't think so, but
see, I think I don't know. Some people are. I think one day, I think eventually one day I might have to come to grips with it because it's already like out of hand. To be honest with you, it's just I ignore it. Mm-hmm. But I mean, you can't ignore these things after a certain point. You know what I mean? And I mean, our country is more divided now than it's ever been my entire life. You know, I think people used to get along, Democrats and Republicans, 10 times better 20 years ago. You know what I mean? 15 years ago. It's only, I'd say in the past 10 years, it's gotten really bad. You know what I mean? 10, 12 years. You know what I mean? And I think that it's gotten to a point where, you know, things are happening now in the streets that you never would think would be happening in the United States. And I'm in shock every day, but it will come to a point, I think, even when people like me who are neutral will have to say, listen, enough of this craziness. You know what I mean? Like the fact that people are going around and like robbing and looting places and like fighting people in the streets and cops aren't doing anything about it is crazy to me. It's like a foreign concept. You know, I'm like, it's 2020. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going out and people know you're setting businesses on fire, breaking through their stuff and stealing stuff, you'd think that police would be sent in to calm things down. But as far as I know, they're not even going in. They're letting people burn down cities.
Oh yeah, they're not doing anything because they're under orders from, you know, the mayor of the city, the governor of the state to stand down.
It's crazy, you know, and
and they're always Democratic-led states.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Like, I think Trump, if they're doing that, Trump should do a national thing and have the military go down. You know what I mean, or do something with the police. You know, if they could do it like as. The
problem is if the states have to control their own thing. Federal forces can only go in if requested, unless he enacts martial law.
That's crazy. Yeah. See, there's all these things attached to it. You know, it's like the licensing thing. You know, you just can't have good stuff because there's all this legal mumbo jumbo.
my favorite meme: an overhead shot of Congress. Why we can't have nice things.
Congress, doesn't that mean like a bunch of monkeys or something in its definition?
Probably.
No, like I'm serious. Like let me see. Congress meaning monkeys. Oh no, a group of baboons is not a Congress. Okay, it was a meme claiming that all right, I guess I'm wrong. Fake news, right?
No, I think you might be right. They look like a bunch of baboons to me. One of them likes eating ice cream out of her $1.2 million freezer.
Yeah. So I'm actually in the military out here. I'm in the State Guard. So that's another reason why I think I don't get political as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So. But I do cybersecurity as well. I received the Texas Medal of Merit actually for a big cyber response last year, and our whole squad actually just got another medal for just doing a lot of work. So no, I really like supporting I'm a big supporter of the military, and I'm also a big supporter of order. You know what I mean? In general, because I think without order, like you have chaos. You know what I mean? And I am in shock that these places are letting this happen when we do have police forces and, you know, National Guard forces, State Guard forces, you know, ready for this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, you know, if you're working at a burger place and the place is on fire, you want to go in and fix stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to just not go into work and be like, oh, just let it burn. It's like, I just feel like that's their job. Like, that's their reason for existence. You know what I mean? So it confuses me. And
that link I just sent you was actually posted from George Perez's website. The Eagle Moss shop has a huge sale on their DC collector figures, where they've knocked a bunch of them down to red line sale at $5 a piece.
Really? Why is it?
And these are the ones that are usually like around $20.
Oh, cool.
So, you know, that's what I've been looking at, because I actually have a complete Batman chess set.
Really? That's cool.
And I've got almost the entire Justice League one. Then the whole coma thing happened. But I actually have like a couple of special edition ones. One of which they have here down the bottom is
oh yeah, $5.
It's a Dark Knight Returns 2-pack of Batman and Joker from Miller's original Dark Knight.
So these things I'm looking at, what are they? These figures, are they chess pieces?
Some of them are chess pieces, and others are just like, you know, little mini figurines.
That's interesting. Do they sell entire chess sets, or you have to buy one at a time?
You got to buy. I don't know if they do. They might sell the entire thing, but I don't know.
Yeah, they're expensive. One chess piece for like $15, $20 usually.
Yeah, I bought them. Sorry.
I don't know if I could deal with that.
Other ones that are like, you know, larger ones. They've got like, you know, special edition, you know, Batman Batcycle ones. They've got like, you know, 13 and 14-inch figurines, and those are like pretty expensive. But I'm seeing a Dark Side special edition, and these are all like the small, like 3 or 4-inch ones.
So you're talking about hundreds of dollars for one chess set.
Mm-hmm.
Easy. I mean, 10 pieces, like $150, $200. You're talking like $1,000 for a chess set.
Yeah,
that's insane.
I'm looking at
I can't believe how expensive. Like, oh my god, this is so crazy. Like, even at $5. Oh yeah, I see the zombie ones are cool. Yeah, $5. All the Walking Dead stuff, $5. That's cool. But even at $5 each, that's still like probably $200-$300 for a set.
So there we go. You can see Dark Side $750, Batgirl is $5. Here's the Dark Knight Returns one right here. They want like $30 for that. It was probably like $40 when I bought it.
Oh man. See, I could see using buying a chess set and just having like your queens and kings, like, you know, the people. But I'd want all the pawns. I want the entire thing, you know.
Yeah, I've got the entire thing. When I get all my stuff back together, I'm sure I'm going to be selling you a lot of stuff, I guess. They gotta.
You're gonna have to fire sale your chess set, because I'm not paying. I could see paying like like let's say $120 for like a full set. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kind of like the what I would imagine. Like, hey, it's $119.99, and that's even considered a lot of money, you know, for a chess set.
Yeah. They got a Joker.
At that point, I would just buy a bag of Hero Clicks for like $1. You know what I mean? Oh, that Lobo is cool. Oh man, I love Lobo.
Yeah, that's $50 though. So
that's another comic. Omega Man number 10 is actually his first full appearance, because Omega Man number 3 is his cameo. You know, he's on the cover and everything, but nobody knows that. Nobody talks about Omega Man number 10 being Lobo's first actual full appearance. You know, and it's worth nothing. You know, so you can probably buy stacks of them for like $3 each at a con.
Yeah. These figures are like cool because they don't come like this. They're like, you know, in a box, and they come with like a magazine and everything.
Oh, they come with a magazine too each?
Yeah.
See, now we're talking. I like these add-ons, you know, to justify the price, you know?
Show everything now.
It's not like the Liefeld seal of authenticity.
They're killing me. I just found Star Trek stuff.
You know, I've been binge watching Star Trek at night, just to try to like
Star Trek Assignment Earth.
Try to defrost from
Part 2. Star Trek the newspaper strips. Okay, I can't look at this.
Have you watched Discovery yet?
I want to say yes and no. I've watched the first 2 seasons. No, sir, I do not like it.
What? I think the Klingons was a lot to get used to because I'm like, okay, you're gonna piss off every Klingon ever.
The whole Klingon thing was complete BS.
I can't believe they did that. Like with such a big fan base and people like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if people literally got plastic surgery on their forehead to look more like a Klingon.
Look, I would get the Klingon bumps, if my girlfriend wanted like a.
Oh man, this John Constantine figures, I might have to buy it. Oh man.
So there's a box set, Flash, Green Lantern, and Green Arrow. It was a $60 box set. It's on sale for $10.
Wow. So this says, like Constantine says, issue 35. So they're actually talking about a comic that comes with it.
No, it's a magazine.
Oh, a magazine. Okay.
It's like a pamphlet magazine.
Okay.
Like 4 to 6 pages, and it's got like history of the character, so you get some knowledge dropped on you. I see a $5 Firestorm, a $5 Scarecrow, Martian Manhunter down to $3.50.
Oh man.
Booster Gold for $5, Spectre $5. Constantine, you saw. I like the Constantine because he got blood all over his shirt.
Yeah.
Black Adam, Captain Cold.
Oh, they got Aliens on sale too.
Yeah, Superboy Prime, Professor Zoom.
God, they just need to. They're not meeting.
I'm really tempted by the Guy Gardner.
They're not meeting the $5 ones. I can see, but these Predator ones and Alien ones, which are cool, they're like still like $15. And they can't be that. How big are these things? They're like, oh, this is 6 inches tall. This is actually a pretty big one. This is worth it. Okay. Just the other ones I wasn't really seeing an equilibrium that I would really like be like, okay.
I'm really tempted by Guy Gardner because in box over yonder, I have Guy Gardner's first appearance.
Oh man.
And I've got Brother Blood's first appearance too. So I'm tempted by them. Red Arrow is $5. Problem is I would want all the Joker ones. And most of them
I mean, your name's Joker fan. I mean,
Dr. Light for $5, Cyborg for $5.
Oh man, I'm like
this 13-inch Mega Joker that is like almost $200. I'm like, you're crazy.
I hate you because I'm going to be buying a lot of these right now, and it's all your fault.
You don't hate me. You could just buy that Project Overwatch off me, and then I could buy these. Beast Boy.
There's a really cool alien one for only $10. Has like skulls all over its feet.
Here's the new 52 Joker.
It's funny. I have all those. I have every 52 issue, right? And like, they weren't really going for much a couple of years ago. And now, like, there's finally highlighting all the first appearances within them.
The first appearances in them and the actual series 52. You talking?
Yeah.
Just about any issue that has anything to do with Black Adam has spiked from up to like 10, 15, $20.
Yeah, I got all 52 issues of 52.
There's some that are only knocked down to like $15. I'm like, I go, well, what the hell? There's a Martian Manhunter that's only $3.50. Why am I going to give you $15 for that one?
Yeah. Oh man, there's some really cool figures. Oh shit, I'm definitely buying.
Batman and the Joker box set.
Predator Homeworld comic. Oh man.
So this one right here, the Batman Joker box set. You see the magazine that's in the middle?
Yeah, that's what you get.
That's what you get, like full color and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Oh man, the alien figures are. Oh man, the egg and face hugger. I need to see how big this is. It's $29, but if it's big enough, it'd be worth it.
You get this $60 Bane special edition.
This is sick. I'm usually just exclusively to comics, but I definitely need to decorate more. You know what I mean?
1980s Batman, 1960s Batman, 1970s. 1970s. That's my Batman right there.
Yeah.
The 90s. That's the non Great Fogo. The 2K, black and white. I always go in.
Oh man, there's a Berserker Predator that's so cool looking. It's like red.
Best deal.
Oof.
Yeah, they've got all these Star Trek books, and they're just like all hardcovers.
I never even heard of this site, Eagle Moss Limited.
Oh yeah, I've come here on more than one occasion. I usually just drool and keep going.
These alien things, I love it. Oh man, I wish you could search by. I wish there was a search by price thing, so I could just. Oh wait, sort by. Here we go. Price is low. There we go. I'll see all the sales stuff right away.
Oh, I got to buy a Piper.
Mm.
I got his autograph just before he died.
Oh wow.
I've got and it's on a dual sig.
Oh, they got Orville. I love Orville. Oh, they only got the ships. You hear about that new series of what's going on with the Orville? You following that?
They canceled it.
And then Hulu picked it up though, right?
I think somebody picked it up, yeah.
I think they canceled it and then Hulu picked it up. But I love that show. It was great.
It's better than Discovery, that's for sure. Best meme of the first year of Orville was, remember that time when the fake Star Trek show was better than the real one?
Oh man, that's brutal. Oh yeah, they got Hobbit $300 chess sets, usually $500. Oh man,
got all these cool ships.
This Hobbit chess set's cool. Yeah, I can't see myself spending $300 on it. If it went down to like $100, I'd buy one. But damn.
Yeah, I can't sell mine for $100 because it was like $1,000.
Oh yeah, I just can't believe the pricing they're asking for some of these things. It's just not realistic to me for, even a diehard fan, I think most of the time wouldn't pay that much.
Oh yeah, it's overpriced. Oh cool. They have the 1966 Riddler bust on sale for $10. Cloaked Predator.
Yep, $15. I saw that one.
No, this one they want $29 for.
All right, okay, it must be huge.
It's a shop exclusive one. Yeah, it's marked down from $60. It's half price. It was $60 and now it's $29. All kinds of ships, figures. Killer Croc bust, $10. These are all just like those mini, like 4-inch ones.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's terrible. I added a few things to my cart. Now I went to my cart and then nothing's in there. What are you doing to me? Oh, here we go. All right, I see.
Oh, you're buying stuff already, huh?
Oh yeah,
I am such a bad influence.
You are, but I mean, a couple of these things. These Berserker Predator. Yeah, I'm gonna buy that Constantine as well. Yeah, he's cool.
$10 Nightwing.
How big is? I think this one's tiny though. 4 inches. Yeah, it's pretty small. See, the Predator ones are like 6 inches, so they probably appear to be a lot bigger.
Yeah, they got like a lot of Doctor Who. Oh, this Joker bust right here, marked down to these are like the 4-inch ones, marked down to $10.
They don't have that much Marvel. They got like 5 things total.
Well, Disney owns Marvel, so they keep everything close to the vest.
Yeah,
they're not going to let anybody make any money but them. Tracker Predators, $15. They got a lot of Doctor Who stuff in here too.
Yeah, you know what? I never watched Doctor Who.
Oh my God, what's wrong with you?
I one thing that does bother me with Doctor Who is I did hear that like they do have missing episodes that were aired that they just went missing from like the 50s or whatever, and like
they don't have them because they would just tape over episodes. Once they aired, they just tape over them with something else.
Oh man. One day they're gonna like do like forensics on it and like try to rip like the taped over tapes and try to see what was on it prior.
But there's Pluto TV, the free app, actually has a classic Doctor Who station.
Interesting. Yeah, I gotta get into Doctor Who. That's another thing. I never watched Battlestar Galactica. I'm into all these other things.
Oh yeah, I see the Middle Earth chess set you were talking about now.
Yeah, it's really cool, but
it's not $300. Cool.
I buy an alien.
I can say that because if I sell mine, I want more than $300, and mine is the chessboard.
See, they should have an Alien versus Predator chess set. One side's Alien, one side's Predator. That'd be cool. Or just an Aliens one where like one side is all like astronauts and stuff and like their cool suits.
Ooh, AVP Requiem. It's a Predalien.
Yeah.
Jonah from Resurrection. Deacon from Prometheus.
Do you own? So are these really detailed, like as they look?
God, I hope so.
That's one thing when the Todd McFarlane, like, God, when he put out the first McFarlane toys of all the Spawn stuff, I've never seen anything like that. That's what really changed it for me with figures. And I've seen so many interviews with him where he said that.
Because here's Spectre, and you can see like the paint.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's not that great, but it's like it's like a 3.5, 4-inch figure. So you're gonna set it on a shelf, and you're not gonna like put it under like a microscope examination for $5. Yeah. There is a Spectre figure that I wish I could afford to get.
Yeah.
And it was a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive, like 18-inch tall Spectre from HeroClix, and it looked better than any statue I had ever seen.
Oh wow! Yeah, this Berserker Predator is freaking awesome with the red. $15.
Let's see what's new. More ships. Star Trek Enterprise D Collector's Extra Large Edition. $75. It's not that large if I can't fit into it. This is
Webbusters 50 per BF20. I want to see if I can get a discount on the already discounted stuff. Let me see.
Oh, do they ask you?
BF20. Probably going to say it's already been discounted enough. Oh, no. Dude, they're even cheaper. If you put in the code BF20, it saves you another 20% on the already discounted prices.
Oh, man.
BF20.
See, now I got to pull up my credit card app because I don't think I have any money left. So.
Oh, wait a minute. So that means that the chess set's only like $240 now.
There it is.
Yeah, let me see that chessboard.
Yeah, I can't buy anything. I got like $25 left in my account. I'm poor.
Oh, they had an official DC chessboard for $70. Oh, $500 Batman chess set. Oh my God.
That's the one I have.
Wow.
The board was complete garbage, which is why I never bought it.
Yeah.
They've got more and more stuff. They've got like tons of like Star Trek books. I'm like, you sell figures. What are you doing with books?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's a Star Trek's Cats wall calendar. It's a whole bunch of cats in Star Trek uniforms. I hope they blow up the one in the red shirt.
Yeah, that chessboard that's usually 500. The Middle Earth one is now. Let me see. With the discount and free shipping, or with the discount and shipping, it's $240 even. Yeah, it's still too much.
Mr. Spock's Little Book of Mindfulness.
That's funny. I've gotten really into, I was always a Star Wars person growing up. And one of my buddies was really deep into Star Trek, and I'd hang out with him, and he had the Enterprise series all on DVD, and the whole Borg thing really got me into Star Trek. That whole arc with the Borg. All of a sudden, I'm like, wow, this is crazy. So I watched some of the original, but I wasn't getting into the original episodes. I think it was maybe just because if you saw them first, maybe it was the nostalgia, in my opinion. I mean, I'm sure they're cool for being in that, that whole world and everything, but Enterprise was so far, I think, my favorite Star Trek series.
Mm-hmm. I'm going from contest to contest. They're all closed.
Yeah, you should start a blog where you just list contests in real time. I'll put that on my I'll bookmark it, go to it every day.
Let's see. Hero Collector by Eagle Moss. Bundles of Joy giveaway. Enter to win exclusive Comic-Con bundles. Star Trek bundle worth $190 with ships and busts. WWE Con bundle. Ooh, get your favorites for just $5, $10, or $15 plus save big. Is this what you clicked on to get the code?
Let me see. Oh, is it a pop-up? Let me see.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I got it. Was like that thing. What do they have there? See, wrestling, not into wrestling.
Battlestar Galactica bundle. 4 different Viper ships, $240. DC Classic black and white statue. This contest is now closed. You summon a.
Are there other sites like this, that are having like fire sales right now?
Not yet, but I'm sure I'm going to hear of some. Previews. What do they got coming up? Oh, this is that stuff. Okay. Scale, availability, Star Trek affiliation, Battlestar Galactica movie, manufactured, DC Comics affiliation, DC Comics origin, Doctor Who, price, species, Battlestar Galactica affiliation, item type, Star Trek TV movie, brand, collection name, DC Comics heroes, villains, blah, blah, blah.
I'm going to send you a link. If you could verify this is the right ash can for Phantom Star Killer. Let me see. There we go.
All right, I'm going to get rid of that because.
And it wasn't something random. You know what I mean? Something else. It says ash can on it. I mean, I imagine this is it.
Yes, this is the ash can.
Okay, so $35, $40 each. Pretty brutal. Only 1,500 made. That's a good print run. I can't be mad at them for 1,500. If it was like 100, then all of a sudden I'd be like,
I clicked on the link. I'm seeing one for 29. I see one for 39. I see Phantom Star Killer. Oh, that's issue 1. Phantom Star Killer 1. They want This one looks exactly like that one, which has got me confused. No, this is issue 1. Yeah, they want $12 a piece for them.
For which one? For an Ashcan?
No, the number 1.
Regular cover. Okay.
What's this one?
Here.
Oh, I gotta back out of here. I gotta share this screen. This is the Comic Book Shopping Network exclusive cover.
I just put in an offer for 2 for $30. Hopefully they'll accept it. If not, I just,
They want $15 a piece for them, which isn't bad because these right here, I think when CVSN got them.
Mm-hmm. I like that art too. I like that like random art.
Yeah, when they got them, they were charging. I think they were charging like $10 or $15 for them. So I think that's like the right price.
Yeah.
Phantom Star Killer number 15. Oh, number 1, 5 variant cover bundle, $110.
Yeah.
Ben Bishop Blue Saber variant, $22.
Damn.
Number 1 main cover, which is the one I was looking at. Phantom Star Killer number 1 limited edition ash can, $35. Oh yes, this is from Space Cadets, the store in Texas I was telling you about.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna have to go there.
So leave the house. That's just crazy talk. That's why these are the right price, because I think she just like blows out stuff on their eBay stores because they're so big. So whatever doesn't sell, they'll like list up on eBay and so what you buy there, son?
Oh man.
Still shopping, I think.
Huh?
Still shopping?
Oh, I'm always
shopping.
Shopping.
That would go good with this Green Lantern from Italy.
I just bought the most random. So there was actually a misprint in a recent Wolverine variant issue. Have you heard about that?
No.
No, I'll go get it. I'll be right back. Cover up this.
Cover up. Wow, we're just geeking out. It's like we started at 8 p.m. and it is now it's tomorrow. But tomorrow is actually today. So, so this has now become the longest episode ever of Creators Outlet. So this is probably going to take a hell of a long time for me to upload to the Age of Radio podcast. So this is definitely getting pushed to a December.
So,
yeah,
there's a misprint in this. Yeah, Wolverine Black, White, and Blood number 1. Yep. So
I heard about it, but don't remember what it was. So
they're actually pulling them too. I heard they're pulling them from the distributor and like sending them back. So just some of them got out, I guess. So,
yeah, I've had that problem before.
All right, I'm gonna have to take off in a minute. Starting to get tired.
Take off. You're home. Stop it. You're tired because you just spent like the last 20 minutes shopping for shopping for stuff to decorate the office with.
I know. I'm gonna be like getting like half awake, and I'm gonna wake up and tomorrow and be like, oh my god, I spent like $6,000. I bought all the chess sets. I decided it was. No, I wonder if they're on eBay anywhere. The Marvel chess set. Oh yeah, they got. Yeah, they got. Obviously, they're not as detailed, but they got them for like $20 to $60. Just like, you know, they're plastic. They're not the metal stuff, but
yeah.
Damn, here's one. $185. Complete 2003, $40. Oh, I hate some of them. It's like they're not like proportionate. You know, they're like more like cartoon looking. I hate when they do that. Let me see. Oh yeah, this one's cheesy. Instead of having a ton of different characters, like every pawn is the same dude. Yeah,
oh, I don't want that.
Shoddy. You see Pressman's. Let me see what this is. Yeah, like every pawn is Wolverine. Come on.
Oh man, did you hear about this new YouTube terms of service bullshit today?
No.
Okay, so you know how the Google ads work with YouTube, right?
Yes.
So Google owns YouTube, and YouTube is Google's platform for Google to sell ads to itself, basically.
Yeah.
And YouTube,
I feel like some of this stuff, like there's laws against these monopolies or something.
oh no, they may try to take those off the books. So what it is like currently, if you have like over 1,000 subs, you're considered a YouTube partner, and you can earn pennies on the thousands of dollars that they pay themselves when they air ads during your thing. The new terms of service make it so people that aren't YouTube partners will now be getting ads run during their videos and not getting paid a damn thing.
Wow. See, I feel like they need to come out with competitive services like what is it? Like Vimeo, like I feel like they never took off against YouTube like they should have, even though they were higher quality, because they want you to pay. They want you to pay on Vimeo.
There's another platform that's kind of, I don't know how to describe it. It's been around for a minute, but it's like small tech. It's a site called Minds, Minds.
Okay.
Minds is set up, and it's, I think, like a combination Facebook, YouTube.
Okay.
And you can monetize on Minds, but to monetize on Minds, you have to join the Minds Plus thing, which you can either pay like $7 a month and pay as you go, or you can pay them upfront $60, like $5 a month. And then, everything that you put up there, you can, get credit for. I don't know how they're working it with ads, or I don't know any of the pertinent stuff, but YouTube tells you the summary of the changes. Facial recognition restrictions. The terms of service already state that you cannot collect any information that might identify a person without their permission. Doxing. Well, this has always included facial recognition information. The new terms make it explicitly clear. Then, YouTube's right to monetize. YouTube has the right to monetize all content on their platform, and ads may appear on videos from channels not in the YouTube Partner Program.
Wow.
Royalty payments and tax withholding. For creators entitled to revenue payments, such payments will be treated as royalties from a U.S. tax perspective, and Google will withhold taxes where required by law.
Wow.
So Google is taking upon itself to steal your supposed tax payment to the federal government. And oops, we lost it.
That's so crazy.
Yeah. My friend and current creator, Andy Belanger, his project, Other Trucker, is on its last 48 hours, 47 hours now. He is also the creator of Southern Cross from Image Comics. And this year, he sold production rights of Southern Cross to NBC, who is making a series out of it.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of series and stuff like that, you still have a little bit left to go on the books, and you can finalize and ship out. But what's next?
So right now, so like I said, we created Coffee Time Soon, Afterlife Comics, to be the publisher of the Paraneon Universe stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Although the Kickstarter was titles that take place in that universe, and we have other titles as well that are in development outside of that universe. Some very Lovecraftian things. One is called Princess Cthulhu, which is very much like a Lady Death type character, but she's Princess Cthulhu. You know what I mean? So it's definitely geared towards fans of people like that are into like Cry for Dawn, Lady Death, Vampirella, that kind of artwork.
So, me, yeah.
Yeah, it was made with you in mind. So I wanted to get that last $25 out of your bank account. And
no, it's actually $23.15, but
$23.15. So yeah, that's Princess Cthulhu. That's a big one. I'm working on one called Mir, which is about a golem, basically. It's a superhero book based, and I don't know if you ever heard of like a Dybbuk box. It's like a Jewish haunted spirit box. It takes place basically in it's like an Orthodox Jewish home neighborhood in New York, in Brooklyn, and basically this family has this haunted Dybbuk box, which is a Jewish like haunted box thing. You keep like ghosts in, and basically.
Is it Maya?
Huh?
Is it Maya Lansky?
No. So basically, so long story short, there's a kid, and he deals with this haunted box, and basically, long story short, a golem happens, you know what I mean? Which turns into basically the kid kind of combines with the golem and becomes this kind of shape-shifting mud hero type deal. So that's the lack of caffeine summary for that book. There's another book called Crunch, which is very much like a New Mutants book. It's basically a kid whose parents die, and he's sent to an orphanage because he has no relatives. And basically, at this orphanage, they're experimenting on the children and doing things to them. And a couple of the kids end up with basic, abilities, and some of the children die from the experiments. So some of the kids get together and they escape. And basically, the kid Crunch, basically his abilities are he's a superhuman like thinking abilities. It's very much like a tech geek type deal, where he has just this natural ability. So he kind of, he builds, I'd say like kind of like a anime type, suit like Iron Man-ish suit, not like Iron Man, but it's like more of like an exoskeleton, and him and his buddies basically go to the first arc is them getting their stuff together, coming to grips, learning really to work with their ability after they escape, and going back to kind of free the other orphans. You know what I mean? So, and kind of get behind who's doing this experimenting and everything kind of behind it. So that's this book, Crunch. Then there's this book we're developing called Packets. It's very much like the character reminds me very much of like a Miles Morales type character, mixed with kind of like the Flash with teleportation. It's a intelligent kid who goes to a school where he was identified as being really basically one of the smart kids, and he gets under this professor's wing, and it's an engineering school, and he basically finds lost Tesla patent documents, and finds this one that kind of turns matter into electricity and back and forth, and basically shocks himself with it, and he starts realizing what he's able to do. Long story short, just a little summary. There's a lot of story obviously around these quick I need caffeine summaries. So that's Packets, Crunch, and Mirror. And that's Princess Cthulhu. And then there's another book being developed called Jury, and that's a female character who is basically she's a new lawyer who's dealing with a lot of corruption, and she's representing basically kind of the first story of her origin is her she grows up like the only child, and her father's like an ex-military guy who really treats her kind of like as the only child like that. She's kind of like doing a lot of tomboyish stuff. She's into guns, all that kind of stuff, and she basically realizes that in this first issue, basically a kid gets paralyzed from a poisoning from a local company factory, and basically they play all this backroom stuff to basically get out of it. And in the series it shows like it just keeps on happening, and she decides to basically, it gets violent. It's not a kid's book. So she actually traces down like the person responsible for this specific spillage, which crippled this child, and she decides to cripple him in a very brutal way. So it's a revenge book, and it's I think of like Kick-Ass when it comes to the violence in it. It's a very violent book, whereas the other ones are very like all ages. Princess Cthulhu is obviously like there's not going to be like nudity in it, but it's very much geared towards probably older men. You know what I mean? Let me see what else. There's another book in development called Myself. It's based in Boston, actually. It's a Boston cop. It kind of goes into some things that are happening nowadays, where in the news, where it's basically a good cop who's somebody at his precinct gets basically he's corrupt, and he gets caught doing some bad stuff, and they kind of get caught up with the whole defund the police movement, and his precinct closes, and he goes into a private investigation, and it kind of he made enemies while at the station dealing with the internal corruption, and people come after him, and basically he has an event where they basically come after him, and he wakes up in a hospital, and all of a sudden he's seeing him, and he doesn't really know what's going on, and he thinks he's just hallucinating, and then when he leaves he sees them again, and it turns out they're past lives of his, basically attached to his soul that kind of got released from getting beaten so bad that it disrupted kind of his body, which which is treated as like a shell. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. It's very much like I'd say I relate it to very much for fans of like Cal McDonald stuff, Steve Niles. Very much like that, but with other edges. He's not seeing like zombies and stuff like that. He's actually dealing with his own internal past lives that were imprinted on him, and there's some cool scenes in there too, and I'm real excited about that book too. It's being developed by this the artist on it is actually really talented, and her art style is very much like animation style. So it's cool. Once the website's up, I'm going to put some preview pages for all these different titles. And all the art on all these titles are just top notch. They're really amazing. It's all top level stuff, top quality. Another title that's being worked on is a continuation of the Kickstarter, which is the ongoing series. It's called Paraneon, because it's that universe. So it takes off where it leaves, where it stops basically in the initial Kickstarter stuff. So that's ongoing, and that's the same artist who did the Portals title. It's that same art, very Mike Mignola style. What else? There's a couple more titles too. It's so much stuff is being worked on, and multiple issues of each one for the launches, and everything's kind of getting put into place. I have an anthology as well. Very more Lovecraftian. Oh, there's one that's going to be a huge hit. I think one title that I'm really happy with, which of course is why I'm mentioning it last. Like I forgot about it. You know what I mean? So I don't think anything's been done like it, and it's really cool. It's just really cool. I don't even know how much I could talk about it. It's amazing.
And
I think it's going to be.
You've already bumped up the print order by like 20%, so you can take like 2 dozen of those and get them CGC'd and bring them to a show.
Yeah. So basically, there's also that series. So there's a lot of series being worked on. Like I said, I have like 8 artists basically working full time right now for the publisher that I started, and multiple script writers, and I've created all the characters. I spent a lot of time with character. I designed the characters. After initially designing them, I worked with multiple artists to just get them perfect. I wrote the synopsises of every background, origin, every title I did, and I hired writers to initially with our IP that we're developing, write off of my synopsises for each issue into formatting them as comic scripts. And I'm going about that specifically because as a new company, our company-owned IP is, everything for these initial stages. So, I'm a pretty laid-back dude, but when it comes to business, I've run multiple successful businesses. I've been successful enough to finance an entire legitimate comic publisher as well and employ a lot of people. So I don't do anything halfway, and I expect this. I hope to be very successful. It's like I said, I'm in multiple books. I'm recognized as a known person, you can say, I guess, in the cybersecurity industry. And I'm looking to leave that, something that I've been in tech for, so long, and I'm looking to do comics full time. So that requires top-notch everything being put out, as well as immense funding, to fast forward the process of getting good stuff on the shelves, get it regularly out there, and really understand the industry, which is why I've hired consultants, that have been in the industry for, on this side of the industry for decades, honestly, decades. So, surrounding yourself with those successful people that know the ins and outs, will just save you all that hard, all those problems. So I really want to make this successful, and I know it's going to be successful because my definition of success is breaking even. You know what I mean? Which I think is totally doable. I've done a lot with negotiations and other things just from a business standpoint to where I think breaking even will not be an issue. You know what I mean? And with all of these things for sale, you know, all this product, call it product, even though, you know, I think of it more as like our babies, you know what I mean? You know, the product, there's gonna be so much of it and so much available that, you know, it just, you know, there's gonna be so much of it over and over that, you know, even if we just break even, we'll have so much product that, you know, it's just gonna work out. You know what I mean? So, you know, even if this stuff sells for nothing, like, you know, there's gonna be so much of it from all directions. And you know, if some titles fail, they fail. Maybe they won't come out as often. You know what I mean? But I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at, you know, not selling that many of these things, even though you know, I'm being very conservative. I'm ultra conservative with the sales numbers and everything, which I know will hit. You know what I mean? Like that Kickstarter I put up for $2,000, like hoping we hit 2,000, we hit like 6,500. You know what I mean? And what I like to do is underestimate everything when it comes to the intake of, you know, money, you know, and prepare to basically operate with me just funding everything for the first 5 years, you know? So with that in mind, we're not going to go under or stop. And, you know, once we do get a title that really hits, you know, people will naturally look at our other stuff, I would imagine, you know what I mean? And the more stuff we put out, you know, every few issues we'll put together in a trade paperback. All the issues will have variant covers. You know, we'll do a lot of cool stuff. We'll have cool contests. You know, we'll continue to do Kickstarters. The Kickstarters mainly for promotion. You know, it's not really a money thing. Money is good though. You know, whatever takes takes some pressure off of all this money I'm pumping in. But I mean, you know, just a single title, you know, costs thousands of dollars. You know what I mean? And we have, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if by the time we launch, there's, you know, multiple issues of at least 8 to 10 titles, you know what I mean? Ready to be put out regularly, with some being distroed, you know, to stores, while maybe 1 or 2 are kind of reserved for, you know, more con type exclusive stuff. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to hit. There's going to be a lot of promotion around it as well, and I think it'll catch some people by surprise. You know what I mean? I know it would catch me by surprise. It's like this company just popped out of nowhere with like top-notch titles. Like some of the writers that are working on stuff are actually I know from they have like readership already. Like they've had very successful like campaigns even. You know what I mean? So, and I don't want to drop any names at this point just because, you know, we're so deep in development. And I mean, pages are getting pounded out every day. I mean, just since we've been talking for almost 5 hours, you know, I have so many messages from artists like sending me pages and, you know, the sequentials and all this, but there's just so much stuff being worked on. And, you know, I think it's going to be awesome. And yeah, even if it fails, you know, there'll be enough material to continue selling, to continue financing series. You know, if a series or 2 flops a lot, I'll still put out a few issues of it to see what's going, you know, if it ever catches. If it's just dead and just costing too much, you know, like naturally I'll stop it. You know what I mean? But we're always going to be putting out stuff. And as long as there's enough to break even, it'll be put out. I'm not worried at all about profiting. And that's something that's unique. And that's something that you have to be a crazy person that has the money to do it to do. And that's something rare. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people chase money when they're going into business, especially this business, just from other things I've seen. You know what I mean? Like, look at the tech guy who did CrossGen. He put millions into it. It's like, you know, there's just intelligent ways to go about doing things. And, you know, as I'm at the point where as long as I'm able to maintain my way of life, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care. I'll spend everything I have on this, you know, and I'm the sole owner and I have all the IP, everything's owned by me and I have full control of everything. So, you know, it's a good place to be in, you know, and even if one title catches on, you know, like you're seeing Phantom Star Killer all over the place. I mean, there's other cool titles from Scout, but I think people are seeing Scout for the first time and looking at the other stuff because of Phantom Star Killer recently, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Although that's probably not 100% accurate for people day to day into the comic stuff, because I've seen a ton of Scout stuff. But this makes people like, oh crap, you know what I mean? It expands it, kind of like Aftershock when it came to Baby Teeth. I remember all of a sudden Baby Teeth. And I see these things when I'm at cons, walking them, and I see a title I never heard of, variant cover going for like $25 on somebody's table. You know what I mean? With all these other titles I know. You know what I mean? And it's like almost another level of promotion. It's like silent promotion for the titles. You know, I'm sure you've seen that before, right? Where it's like,
and the whole time you texted me, why didn't you tell me about the damn ash cans?
Oh yeah, so it's, you know, and I think this is an interesting, you know, timing is usually everything with any industry.
Oh, yeah.
You know? And this, I think the next couple of years are perfect timing for what I'm doing and attempting as well, especially with all this stuff with DC, all this other crap. I think, you know, there's been an all-time high with a lot of comic stuff, especially the just recently. And I definitely think this is a tiny, tiny beginning of what's going to be a much bigger wave. And I have other things in the works, some major stuff that I can't talk about for legal reasons. But there's some stuff that I think you would even be like, what the hell? Are you serious? This is like, everybody in the comic industry is going to know about this, literally. And that's just some stuff I can't get into at this point. But it's going to be huge. Like, you know, it's going to be front page of every comic blog, everybody in comics talking about it, huge. So, you know, there's just a lot of big things in the works, and I'm going all in, you know what I mean? And I don't care if I put every penny I've ever made from other successful businesses into it, because this is all I want to do in my life. And you know what I mean? So,
well, you got a plan there, Stan. You're going to get a whole bunch of issues in the can, so you can ship out on a monthly basis, it sounds like. And
yeah, and have other stuff. And yeah, it's just really breaking stuff out too. I have everything laid out, you know, with the business plan in phases for the company. And the first phase was just testing waters on, you know, instead of doing a run through when it comes to the fulfillment company I'm doing stuff with for this stuff, the initial relationships, managing artists, managing the process. I did 3 books very specifically to do multiple books to see what kind of stuff was involved, the unknowns, you know, just running it like a company would, like with organic growth, you know, instead of trying to, you know, kind of shove everything into a little hole at once. You know, I want it to be very organic growth centered. And that's why, you know, I wouldn't launch like a dozen books all at once. You know, like I'm going to be sitting on a handful of issues and do the rollouts appropriately. You know what I mean? I also don't want to overwhelm anybody if they are interested in the stuff, you know, where they have to spend like $100 one month. You know what I mean? Like, no, you know, I've been collecting for enough decades to know, you know, how things should be done. You know what I mean? And yeah, so
couple issues a month, you know.
Yeah, I'm not going to have a story arc across like 15 titles and expect people to buy them every week. You know what I mean?
Yeah, thanks, man.
It's like, hey, yeah, I'm looking to get $1,000 a month from each reader, you know, whose rent isn't even $1,000. You know, so it's crazy. You know what I mean? I think it's all for the geeks, the nerds, the people obsessed with comics. I wouldn't put anything out that I wouldn't be crazy and want to love and buy. You know what I mean? I want every comic of mine to be our Phantom Star Killer, every comic title. And that's what we're putting into it. You know what I mean? And, you know, I'm not skimping on anything, and I'm doing titles where I think each one could really take off. You know what I mean? And, you know, I buy comics in bulk. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And if I saw any one of these comics I'm putting out and I wasn't putting it out and looked at it and looked, you know, if it's not a comic I wouldn't want to buy 5 of myself, because I think there's a lot of potential and it's freaking awesome. I'm not going to put it out. I mean, we even got our own anthology thing, and that's a tribute kind of to DHP, Dark Horse Presents. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Launch cool stuff. These 8-pagers, which I'm bringing like all these initial artists for, who are going to be eventually doing series. It's going to be a lot of fun, and it's going to be a lot of comics and a lot of posters, a lot of everything. I think it's amazing that Scout's doing these other things like masks and things. I don't see that anytime soon, but I do think that, like you said earlier, people will find you. You know what I mean? If it's good, they'll find you.
Oh, yeah.
So I definitely think each book is enough for somebody to find us. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm mentioning all these titles. It's like, seriously, all these titles? You know what I mean? But yeah, it is all these titles, and there's just so much stuff. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And we got the guy editing the stuff is the dude from who was he edited. He was at DC. He did a Hellblazer series, miniseries, and a ton of other stuff. And he, it's cool. You know what I mean? Like I'm surrounding myself with people that know what they're doing. Which you have to do to succeed.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. Got 5 hours in. This is crazy. This is the longest podcast I've ever done.
It's gonna take forever for me to upload this.
God. How do you see? Is anybody even watching us? Or is this just recorded?
No, there was somebody and then they just dropped off.
It's so funny. Yeah, so this will be just 5 hours of whoever finds it one day.
It'll get down. I'm gonna download the audio of this tomorrow sometime and upload it for a future podcast on Age of Radio.
Nice.
Probably like in a couple of weeks. So I was just looking for some background info. The Project Overwatch. So I'm looking at Martin's page on Comic Line, and he also did a series called Joshua Black that friggin' exploded, and like issue 1 is like close to like $1,000.
What?
And there's only like a very small print run of them.
What's it called? Joshua Black?
Joshua Black.
I'm not even seeing it on eBay.
No, you won't, because there's not enough of them to. So it came out in 2014.
Damn.
8 issues, and it was like a super hot series. He did Joshua Black, Carpe Noctem.
Oh, Com Artist is the name of the thing.
I Fight Ghosts, and the last one he did was Wrong Way, an American punk story.
Martin Dunn.
Yes.
So was it Con Artist Comics that also did the Overwatch one?
CAE, which I'm pretty sure is just his own. Project Overwatch, Con Artist 2014, Gem Notes, writer Arscan number 1/31/2014. Yes, this is the one. There's not much here.
What are you looking at? Like on
like Googling something, but it went to a page that is no longer there. But the listing says Comic-Con Artist 2014, Jump to Issue Notes, writer, artist. Ashcan number 1, 3/1/2014, cover price $4.99, near mint guide $4.99, no copies available. Ashcan number 1, variation, date 3/1/24, cover price, same thing, no copies available. Variant cover by Jimbo, except mine was the blank sketch.
Yeah.
Javier did the thing on. There's no copies of. It says there are no copies available. That's because this isn't supposed to exist. Because I think however many copies they had at their table when they started talking deal, they took them all. So what I showed you could possibly be the only one left in existence. Let's see. Here's another one. Boom, boom, boom. It was a Kickstarter too, but it never launched. Somewhere there is like an interview video where he's talking about it, but I mean, I love the art he did on the cover and everything, and it makes it like super cool.
Mm-hmm.
But I would really like to find out what the value of this is, because if it's got a decent value and I can flip this to pay off my 2 local comic shops, I will probably have like 4
you have an ongoing tab?
Yeah, I'll probably have like 4 more long boxes of stuff. I have one shop that I get my Hulk, my ASM, and my Conan stuff from, and then I have my regular shop where I get my Batman, my Detective, Flash, Green Lantern, Aquaman, most of which are all canceled now. Justice League Dark, Justice League Odyssey, and Justice League. But I'm at this point with everything going on with DC, I'm probably looking at the first of the year of canceling all my DC comics for the first time ever. I mean, I've had to cancel my comics in the past before, and that was just usually because they cut my hours. I can't pay rent and buy comics. But this is the first time when, I'm with the stuff that DC is doing with dropping Midtown as one of their 2 distributors, which I'm fine with because Midtown sucks. Not as much as T4 apparently, but they're pretty bad. And their new distributor dropped that, thing that broke a couple of weeks ago, where you now have to order a minimum of $500 a month in DC product, or you will be dropped. If you fall below that threshold, they will penalize you, and you will not get DC books for X amount of weeks, and then they'll bring you back on where you will have to pay them a fine plus the $500 and then pay for your regular stuff. I'm like, no. And they're doing all this as DC's dropping the 2 months of what if stories. So there are no they're putting out no regular titles for January and February. It's all the Elseworld stories with DC, but it's all those, you know, the future force there, and that they've done like a million times and are doing again, and blah blah blah. And the whole, you know, you have to order $500 a month. Like, well, for the first 2 months, you got to figure out of 100% of DC buyers at your shop, how many people are going to want these non-continuity? It doesn't matter what happens in these 2 issues books. So it's just a crazy time. More reason to buy indie comics.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to pass out in a minute.
Yep. So we're going to call this because it's been over 5 hours now. So
yeah, it was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. We hung out and geeked out. Look what I got.
Yeah. What was your longest podcast?
Oh,
really? What was your second longest one? How long was that?
Will Callaghan, 3.5 hours.
Oh, wow. God. That's awesome. God. This is the longest podcast I've ever done. I just did, yeah. Man, great one, though. Damn, I think, you know what? If I was just chilling on the couch and I had like 5.5 hours, I'd totally watch this.
Or you could just download it and listen to it on the Age of Radio Podcast Network.
Awesome. I am Robert Willis from Afterlife Comics, and you're listening to Will at Joker Fan, the best podcast host ever. Record 5.5 hours almost.
Yep. So we're gonna sign off. We're both probably gonna go pass out someplace in our respective houses and wake up and do it all over again tomorrow.
Oh man! You know, if you get listeners by a percentage of the episode they listen to, even if they drop off after like 45 minutes, it'll be like they haven't listened to it.
Well, I finished uploading all back episodes today on Age of Radio, and it takes me up to December 2nd.
Wow.
I've only been uploading their platform for about a week and a half. And as of, I think, like 2:00 this afternoon, I already had like 75 downloads.
Oh, wow.
From like 11 episodes.
That's cool.
I've got 20 episodes up there, but some of them are scheduled, so they're not showing up on the player yet.
Oh, yeah. Are you uploading the video to like YouTube or anywhere?
No. StreamYard, you know, when you pay them, gives you an option to for up to 15 days after the this thing. You can download the episode, and it gives you the secondary option that you can download the audio and video, or just so I just download the audio and I upload it to.
Yeah, I can't imagine 5.5 hours of video, probably like 50 computers worth of memory.
Yeah, well, luckily StreamYard stores everything on their cloud servers and then beams it back down to me. So
that's cool. Awesome. Thanks so much for having me on. We got to do it again.
Yeah, but maybe next time, not 5 hours.
Yeah, seriously. All right.
All right, man. Thanks so much for coming and hanging out all night and geeking out a little bit. And we will talk to you soon. Definitely keep in touch. Let us know how fulfillment went on this and when your next project will be launching, so we can put something up in the group for it.
Perfect. Sounds awesome. Thanks so much.
All right, man. Thank you. Have a good night.